got quit. It's Mark Harmony, and we're back at it again. But we do apologize. It's only 3 members. Reagan's not with us right now. But we do have a song for you guys, and it's titled Oh Sweet Marshall Islands. So it's written by Matthew John. So we hope you guys enjoy and take every lyric to heart.
Oh, sweet Marshall Islands, you were my homeland. We won't forget you and all the things that we've been through. Marshall Islands, you're where we came from, the one who made us into the people that we are. Back in 1946, they dropped the bomb. Now they're making beers called Bikini Atoll. Before the bombing, it was such a peaceful land, filled with water and kids playing in the sand. Now they're criticizing us all. Radiation made our bodies skinny and small, but through it all we stood tall. Listen to the message of this sweet Marshall Islands. You were my homeland. We won't forget you and all the things that we've been through. Marshall Islands, you're where we came from, the one who made us into the people that we are. The islands are sinking, gotta sitting down, gotta stinking. About the good times, about the bad times, about the sunshine, reminiscing. 67 bombs dropped through the air, and we have to ask if they even care. Marshall Island, you were my homeland. We won't forget you and all the things that we've been through. Marshall Island, you where we came from, the one who made us into the people that we are.
Peace. Thank you.
Nice.
Mistos Bertorohan Laryay lengi Makhanun singtani no daday Alawin ikit kamo hailengina mengeral ngongim sebay liman lalu meselam osui digin terlangi betia ene magene uge kasro kisi barage narana wini kiyore karamasaneto iros roa arkangal to karmes siski mimisto tutoroha karyai legi bakanu singtani do dagayo alawini kinkarho barsa beber barkusin beswet genai lemina mengeral lelmongim sebay nikma tak perlu berselang osui digin terlangi betia ene magene uge kasro kusi barage narana wini kiyore karabasaneto iros roa arkangal to karmes osui digin terlangi betia ene magene uge kasro kusi barage narana wini kiyore karabasaneto iros roa arkangal to karmes iros roa arkangal to karmes iros roa arkangal to karmes
hands in one in the pursuit of nuclear justice for the victims, survivors, and future generations of the people of the Marshall Islands.
As youth from all over the globe, we will stand alongside the people of the RMI.
Ustedes no están solos.
أنتم لستم وحيدون.
You are not alone.
To let the people know that they're not alone, because there are others like us who are standing strong behind the Marshallese community for nuclear justice.
We are not alone.
Hi, my name's Amanda Briggs. I live in Scotland and I currently work for Oxfam, Great Britain, but I'm formerly of Greenpeace New Zealand. And it was as part of being a staff member in Greenpeace New Zealand that I travelled to the Marshall Islands 10 years ago now, along with Bunny McDiarmid, to catch up with the Rongelap community 25 years after the evacuation. The people I met in the Marshall Islands, I will never forget. You are the kindest, the most courageous, the most community-spirited, humorous group of people I have ever met, and you will always have a place in my heart, and we will always stand in solidarity with you, and I am always thinking of you. Know that you're never alone. Sending you love.
My name is Katie, and I work with Oregon Physicians for Social Responsibility. We stand with the Marshallese people and their fight for nuclear justice. You are not alone.
Hello, my name is Tricia Pritikin. I'm a Hanford Downwinder, and today I send a message of solidarity to the strong and resilient people of the Marshall Islands. You are not alone in this fight for atomic justice.
You are not alone.
Hello, my name is Candace Jimenez. On behalf of the Board of Oregon Physicians for Social Responsibility, we stand with the Marshallese people in their fight for nuclear justice. You are not alone.
We're the Center for Arms Control and Non-Proliferation, and we stand with the Marshallese people in their fight for nuclear justice. You are not alone.
Hiroshima and the Marshall Islands are connected both historically and personally inside of me. We are not alone.
My name is Cecily Thompson-Williams. I'm the Executive Director of Beyond the Bomb, and I stand in solidarity with frontline communities around the world. To the Marshallese, you are not alone.
Hello, my name is Lily Adams, and I'm sending love and support from myself and the Union of Concerned Scientists here in the U.S. We stand with the Marshallese people in their fight for nuclear justice and are here to say that you are not alone.
Hi, I'm Riko. I'm a university student in Hiroshima. We are not alone.
Yakwe from Walla Walla, Washington. My name is Jeffrey Fennell, and I represent Walla Walla University as an ally to the Marshallese community. We want to take a moment to recognize the efforts and the push that your people have been making to seek nuclear justice and remember the lives that have been affected by the nuclear legacy of the Marshall Islands. We want to let you know that you are not alone in this fight.
You are not alone.
Yapoyao Lupton, Washington State. We're so grateful for your leadership in every aspect of resisting nuclear weapons.
As Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility, we appreciate you calling us and the world to account.
We recognize our responsibility in Washington State, that the plutonium process at Hanford here in Washington is linked to some of the ongoing environmental health challenges you now face in the Marshall Islands. We know that these weapons are continually deployed from our own backyard and canal.
We stand with you and continue this fight going forward for nuclear justice, knowing that this can be the beginning of the end of nuclear weapons. You are not alone.
You're not alone.
We're not alone.
You're
not alone.
You're not alone.
Hi, I'm in Baltimore. My name is David Grant, and I am a supporter of the Maryland Peace Action Group, and I am in solidarity with the Marshallese people in their fight for nuclear justice. Let's abolish every nuclear weapon. The United States should do so unilaterally and immediately.
Hi, my name is Mark Sargent. I'm a veteran of the United States Army. I served in the Republic of the Marshall Islands on Anahuac Atoll during the cleanup project in 1979. I was there for capping of the crater on Runic Dome. I lived on Ujua, worked on Runic. Just want to let you know we're not alone.
This is Sad Bill Smalls from UW Football, and I just want to express my love and care and thoughts towards the Marshallese people. And I just want to let you guys know that you are not alone.
Hi, my name's Julie, and on this Nuclear Victims Remembrance Day, I just wanted to let you know that I stand with you and remember you. Sending lots of love and aloha from Hawaii.
Yakoe, we haven't met for a little while. Is everyone doing well? I'm Sayaka from Japan. I want to go to Marshall again. You are not alone.
Hello, I'm Dr. David Drake with Physicians for Social Responsibility. We stand with the people of Marshall Islands for nuclear justice. You are not alone.
This is Cal McManus with Nuclear Issues Study Group in the Tiwa Territory, also known as Albuquerque, New Mexico. And just want to depict what we share.
This is Aya from Hiroshima Shudo University in Japan. Together we are spreading our messages to make our future better. We are not alone.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I work with Beyond the Bomb. We stand with the Marshallese in their fight for restorative justice, and you are not alone.
Physicians for Social Responsibility stands with the Marshallese people in their fight for nuclear justice.
You are not alone.
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 Trust is not only an important day for the Marshallese, but also a day for the people of the world to look at nuclear legacy. Let's connect together to achieve nuclear justice. We are not alone. Seichiro Takemine.
We are not alone. From Hiroshima.
Hello, my name is Marilyn McCullough. I work with the Carrie Dickerson Foundation in Tulsa, Oklahoma, USA, and we stand with the Marshallese people in their fight for nuclear justice. You are not alone.
You are not alone.
Hello, I'm Tensi Hernandez.
And I'm Dennis Apple, and we live very close to Vandenberg Air Force Base in California,
where we protested for the last 25 years.
To stop the ICBM testing, we send our love and support to you in the Marshall Islands.
Hi, Erin Thomas here from ICAD. You are not alone because we've heard your stories and we have your back.
Hi, I'm Dr. Bob Gould, President of San Francisco Bay Physicians for Social Responsibility. We stand with the Marshallese people in your fight for nuclear justice. You are not alone.
My name is Haruna. I'm a university student. We are not alone.
My name is Tomoyo Tamayama. I'm a farmer in Japan. You are not alone because we also have huge nuclear legacies, not only from Hiroshima, Nagasaki, but also from Fukushima. Let's get together.
I'm a downwinder in Salt Lake City, Utah, who survived thyroid cancer and lost loved ones to fallout from nuclear testing. We're still here fighting for justice for all victims of U.S. nuclear testing. You are not alone.
Jim Haber here. I went to college near Vandenberg Air Force Base, and a coalition of activists delayed, stopped maybe a few ICBM tests to Kwajalein Atoll. Long live the nuclear-free and independent Pacific Network. You are not alone.
We are not alone. From Hiroshima. By Unite Hiroshima.
From Nito's Wings with Love. Kwechap Makayam.
My name is Dr. Michael Martin. I'm the President-elect of Physicians for Social Responsibility National Office. PSR stands with the Marshallese people in their fight for nuclear justice. You are not alone. Hello, I'm Toru from Nagoya, Japan. My heart always with Marshall.
We are not alone. From Hiroshima.
Hi, my name is Amy Frame, and I work with Win Without War. We stand with the Marshallese people in their fight for nuclear justice. You are not alone, friends.
Hi, my friend is Laura. I'm Kazeha from Japan. You're not alone because I'm with you. Bye, love you.
Yokwe from sunny upstate New York. To all the friends, family, brothers and sisters in the Marshall Islands, we are not alone.
Hello lovely people of the Marshall Islands, my name's Kat Dory and I'm from Sydney, Australia. We will never forget the legacy of nuclear testing on your beautiful country. Never forget you are not alone. Keep fighting for justice.
I pray for all people and places around the world harmed by radiation related to nuclear weapons.
We are not alone. Together we stand against nuclear weapons.
Hello, I'm Joanne Steele with Nuclear Watch South. We stand with the Marshallese in their fight for nuclear justice. You are not alone.
I stand by you because I've known about you for 28 years. You are not alone.
My name is Autumn Bordner, and I'm the co-founder of the Allies for Micronesia project.
I'm Caroline Ferguson, co-founder of the Allies for Micronesia project.
You are not alone.
You are not alone.
We stand united with the people of the Marshall Islands
and their quest for nuclear justice.
Hello, I'm Alan Ware from World Future Council. I send greetings to all my colleagues in the Marshall Islands for Nuclear Remembrance Day, and I give support for our actions for a world free from nuclear weapons and climate change.
Hi, my name is Fiona and I'm a Spring 2021 Future First Fellow at Beyond the Bomb. While my ancestors have not witnessed firsthand the legacies of nuclear testing, we see and we hear you. To the Marshallese people, you are not alone and you are not forgotten.
My name is Cynthia Lazaroff and I'm the founder of NuclearWakeUpCall.Earth and Women Transforming Our Nuclear Legacy. We stand with the Marshallese people in your fight for nuclear justice. You are not alone.
I'm Mori. I'm from Nagasaki, Japan. I used to work at CMI as a Japanese instructor. Yes, we are not alone.
Hi everyone, my name is Aline Prata. I am the director of the Wacom Peace and Justice Center. I'm also a Latina woman from Brazil and an immigrant. And I'm here to say to our Marshallese brothers and sisters that you're not alone.
My name is Leona Morgan from the Nepequea and New Mexico. Working together, we will dismantle the nuclear beast. You are not alone in this fight against nuclear colonialism.
I am Petuch Gilbert from Acoma, New Mexico in the USA, representing Laguna Acoma Coalition for a Safe Environment and in solidarity on environmental justice for the cleanup of radioactive contamination caused by the United States.
We have to reaffirm our resolve to do everything we can to rid the world at last of these weapons. Because if we've learned anything at all from being the unwitting victims of nuclear testing and weapons, it is that we all live downwind.
We are not alone. From Hiroshima.
I'm Tina Cordova from New Mexico, representing the Tularosa Basin Downwinders Consortium. We're the first people ever exposed to radiation any place in the world. We stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in the Marshall Islands, and we wish you well on your Remembrance Day.
We are not alone. Be with you all from Hiroshima.
Hi, my name is John. I work at Rethink Media, and we stand with the Marshallese community in their fight for nuclear justice.
We are not alone. From Hiroshima.
This is Labrats in the United Kingdom, just to say that you are not alone in the pursuit of justice for the Marshallese people.
Please remember, you are not alone. We support you.
Please remember, you are not alone. We support you 100%.
Kasalenia.
Afade. Jorana.
Bulunaka. We want to just send a message to say, RMI, you are not alone.
You are not alone.
We're not alone.
My name is Yonggun Yi. I'm Korean Hibakusha.
We are not alone.
We're not alone.
Hi, my name is Omukai. I'm from the Marshall Island and Palau. Just to say, you are not alone. I'm by your side.
Yahweh, trên Camino PSS, kem kenaan apa?
Sistem Nagayat.
We are not alone. Edain Sagalul Porach. Kema Chen Rongat. Imchide Chen Magic. Royan Island Go. Plalan Wood. Iloka Milimil. O an Riamraga. Chechep Magayar. Ilo Waiwanis.
We are not alone.
Civic Marshallese community, we
are not alone.
Kami tiap nagayang.
We are not alone.
We are not alone. This is our fight.
Yahweh from Taiwan. Tiap nagayat.
Yahweh Olip, Chen Kemilo video and Major Lilo Geneva. Ilo an ambassador at the Burm, in Pamela Wamut Kajoyo, in Rojaram, in Matam, Kimkanan Kobawa, Bemiwa Jidoar, which one Laway and Lali in Pa, Chencham, Magaya.
Yahweh, Edain Frankie Era, Kimikanan Pa, Ilo Dan Roduli and Pacific Islander Community Association, Ilo Washington State,
Chencham Magaya.
From San Francisco, California, we will want to join others in saying we are not alone. We are not alone.
We are not alone.
Yago Kumodole. Nail than Alexin, Ubizio Ami, made very low Springdale, Arkansas. You can answer par rain in Ba. Charamang and all about in Madam, Ilo rain in May, rain in May, came in me all Roman Rapture rain. In Kikaman of our Ramra again. And Parpan Kumodole, Kumuchim Megayani. Georgia Pendron.
Yahweh, Jen wished me.
You are not alone.
Yahweh and all Jen come Royal Missionary and Mayal and United Nations, Ilo New York. Come Kanan Pa, Tichap Nagayat.
Yahweh, I'm Benedict Madison, Project Specialist for Youth, Climate, and Nuclear Issues at the Marshallese Educational Initiative, a nonprofit based in Arkansas. We at MEI stand in solidarity with the Marshall Islands and all frontline communities as we commemorate Nuclear Remembrance Day.
Nuclear Victims Remembrance Day Coordinating Committee.
And a weetalk and bikini, sparkling necklaces of coral reef, studded with tiny islands in the mid-Pacific Ocean, are remembered largely because of bombs, 50 nuclear tests in 12 years.
Elanga puebenado jenrotoroar.
Ay, inay puebenado sirit.
And they would give us the reports. And I says, well, it's safe, it's livable. As long as you don't go into the bush, as long as you don't drink the coconut, as long as your kids don't spend too many hours here and there.
My name is Shiro Mark. I'm from Chile.
Erain pili edamuan chan romalat.
Erain Jacob Chuk. Matujan Island in
My name is Alson Kellen, and I'm from Bikini Atoll.
Ini chim jona kami bujira kon lo meneo kami ba riara daga par tarina kami aju di situ kami ba dan punya tarina kami jam jalan ta kami kemalak elang langgo kami lawan ya lo dan unimin akan jadi tak akan ada iya lo mau kini Enam pora kami doi akan jadi tak bukan itu aku toro pada ramai lagi lagi ijab jalan ijab jalan pagi kerajaan ya lelong aku perlu nama kata kororo kata itu berapa matanjuan army bercikin banyak jahit palu ini ini arkelong ini kan bercikin karena kelong kan pajak ini baru army jorong ini katar parwa tarin ayo itu kayak turunnya jangan akan yang kelongan Wajib
Kini terima celok alam nak, orang cilo lagi tu man. Minuri orang ajurong jagot buat benatuin. Ankar war itu min nu jilo yon, jangan jilo. Malam lu juga kalau mana tahu, minin ibu jaga icap.
Yang kita lihat terus me pama ada, ibu dah cuma tu,
And I am actually from Bikini Atoll. I was born on Kwajalein. In 1968, the American told the Bikinian that Bikini was safe and clean for the people to go back to. So in 1974, I actually was one of those kids playing on the long, white, sandy beaches of Bikini Atoll. So my parents, we moved to Bikini. And then in 1970, they said, whoops, sorry. It's actually a little bit more radiated than we thought.
Itu tu je nak, ini roji kebendi. Jangan jauh dia. Dia ini kumpulan tu kumpulan aku itu. Yang guru kenini banyak jago mama banyak jago papa lalu menjadi roji jangan kami menjadi pang yo almu dia yang menjadi menjadi teror cilu kata agar menjadi teror da stroke. Ahora ini miratin dulu no. Enem dulu ini lari miyo. Ahora kalau setelah ke jodoh sampai ini bukan. Aku jadi tidak mau dengan hari ke sibang itu.
Siri ko dagal jaga pemna dung runi kin ni bop arkangi namma arkangi kayu ak iringin air ka melmel ilugun nana runi ay kita kan boba kiyo raboji jabal ma kita kan ni jabal ragbo koy macet chibi
남자편에는 지금 지원하는 아벨로로 가요. 그보다 듣고 육급으로 이거 앞에 그들만 전에 정화. 아니면 밤에 하루는 되는 라카이 노다 와온 노가. 그가 육군 사는 위라를 부러우면 그들을 잡자 저만면에 들어오는
While we were there, they would come back. They would come back to bikini and did testing and see how high the radiation was in our body. So, looking back, I said that they were doing some radiation studies, radiation effect on human being. So that's where I'm from. That's where my mother's from, and both my mom and dad died. They both passed away died of cancer.
Kaman magamag ergo je dipendon kaman ik ay nani ni galon erani ni man din ko yang rani awro dumi ik elrane lapan na ngawe ngi jalo ki mga kemi tirara wa ini kemi mga ik elang renin ni dengan an sini nganai Kamandanin bitir balan mengajari.
Unanan no lo lungin bilang ek kinan karculok kijen man awai alabam kar kijen bali panu dim ji ki mi chet ber lo ji inangor awai kimat kuri auru yawani panu dim bit kim
Well, fish is our life. We're ocean people. We have very limited piece of land. So anything, I think that's one of the main source of life in the Marshalls is the fish. A lot of our legends and chants are always about the fish, and it even symbolizes in our tattoos. So my tattoo here, you'll see all these little square things. It's a fish. It's called bill. So bill is a trigger fish that is mainly all bones. So traditionally, when you do the tattoo, they do the magical chant, and it's part of the tattoo. So when you go to war, these will come alive, kind of thing. So if somebody want to hit you with their spear or a stick, then it won't hurt you because it's the bill, the bone of the fish is there. So it's always part of us.
This is a glimpse through the eyes that have witnessed loss, displacement, neglect, and chaos. As time changed, the situation remained the same. The tears that shed on the day of two suns are the same tears that surround our lagoon. The flakes of the fallout did not only fall into our skins, but onto our destiny. But now is the time to voice the voiceless, to wipe the tears shed over the years, and to shift the narrative. As people of great navigation who have been forcibly displaced, we must continue to look ahead and set sail. Misa for the Pacific is a student movement to bring awareness on the nuclear legacy here in the Pacific, especially the Marshall Islands, since it's our home. We stand for nuclear justice in the Pacific region. We also stand in solidarity with our partners such as Young Solwara and many other partners here in the Pacific region. Currently, we are doing a campaign called My Fish is Your Fish. This campaign, we're highlighting the importance of fish and our connectivity with the ocean here in the Pacific region. Misa for the Pacific argues that if we focus on SDG 14.1, which is land-based contamination, because if Runit Dome leaks, the Marshall Islands isn't the only place that's going to be affected. It will be the entire Pacific Ocean. So that's why our theme is My Fish is Your Fish, because the ocean is ours together.
So as ocean custodians and as concerned parents and students ourselves, we want to educate. We want to educate our peers and colleagues about the dreadful impacts of nuclear contaminants spreading in our ocean. We want to continue educating ourselves to make sure that we're taking role in protecting our ocean. Over the course of our stay in Suva, we've learned that not many students here in the South Pacific knew about the Marshall Island, much less about the nuclear legacy, especially that it's also affecting them. We're connected through the ocean, and therefore it is our hope for them to know that they can also be part of this toward a nuclear-free world.
Matan kajaduru argin ngan rain marriage tojan walang takum no lo ibe ben mantak ngan ne chuta kalang takum pung mantak men ngaruda raar peran karongan kacung lolo jag joran gen pukchiri rain.
I think it's important to discuss it now because we are losing a lot of land. And just like the Runit Dome in Enoeta, the more land we lose, the greater chance of it spilling out into our ocean and ruining our fish. And not just our fish, but the Pacific.
I think it's important that the youth get involved in this campaign because it really empowers not only them, but the cause. The campaign is My Fish is Your Fish, which means that we're all connected through the ocean and the fish represents who we are. And the most important part is we're fighting for nuclear justice.
My fish is your fish.
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 My fish is your fish. My fish is your fish.
My fish is your fish.
My fish is your fish.
Nuclear and climate change are the same animal, different spelling. The same animal.
No Humaloyo. My fish is your fish.
I'm coming to meet you. I'm coming to see you. What stories will I find? Will I find an island or a tomb? To get to this tomb, take a canoe. Take a canoe through miles of scattered sun. Swallow endless, swirling sea. Gulp down radioactive lagoon. Do not bring flowers or speeches. There will be no white stones to scatter along this grave. There will be no songs to sing. How shall we remember you? You were a whole island once. You were breadfruit trees, heavy with green globes of fruit, whispering promises of massive canoes. Crabs dusted with white sand scuttled through pandanus roots. Beneath looming coconut trees, beds of watermelons slept still, swollen with juice. And you were protected by powerful Iroij, chiefs birthed from women who could swim pregnant for miles beneath a full moon. Then you became testing ground. 9 nuclear weapons consumed you, one by one, engulfed in an inferno of blazing heat. You became crater, an empty belly. Plutonium ground into a concrete slurry filled your hollow caverns. You became tomb. You became concrete shell. You became solidified history. Immovable, unforgettable. You were a whole island once. Who remembers you beyond your death? Who would have us forget that you were once green globes of fruit, pandanus roots, and whispers of canoes? Who knows the stories of the life you led before? Here is a story of a turtle goddess. She gifted one of her sons, Ledao, a piece of her shell anointed with power, a leathery green fragment, hollow as a piece of bark. It gave Ledao the power to transform into anything, into houses and trees, the shapes of other men, even kindling for the first fire. He almost burned us alive. I am looking for more stories. I look and I look. There must be more to this than incinerated trees, a cracked dome, a rising sea, a leaking nuclear waste with no fence. There must be more to this than a concrete shell that houses death. Here's the story of another shell, anointed with power. Ledao used it to transform into kindling for the first fire. He gave this fire to a small boy. The boy almost burned his entire village to the ground. Licks of fire leapt from skin and bones, from strands of coconut leaves. While the boy cried, Ledao laughed and laughed. This is a story of a people on fire. We pretend it is not burning all of us. Here is the story of the ways we've been tricked, the lies we've been fed. It's not poisonous anymore. Your illnesses are normal. You're fine. You're fine. My belly is a crater empty of stories and answers. Only questions. Hard as concrete. Who gave them this power? Who anointed them with the power to burn? For Tony, we'll say. For Tony. Corals are resilient, I've been told, and so are we. We've survived worse. Just ask your elders, they'll lift their shirts, show you bunker scars, typhoon tent towns, atomic nightmares of lost, irradiated islands. So this is just another incoming tide to shore up against. Hence seawalls, hence foreign aid, hence consultants, terms of references, a framework for asking each other which island will we move to, which island will be hit first, which island is worth salvaging, the wreck, a slow moving accident, the ultimate disaster, atolic oblivion. As if we haven't experienced this before, as if we haven't been told that evacuation is safer, you'll come home someday. 2030, 2040, long-term versus short-term, we debate this around the table. We do the work, submit reports, but we are short on time. Before the clock strikes midnight, before the pumpkin rots, before our glass island shatters, are we so easily broken? Maybe we need flags to tell us how afraid we should be. We have flags for COVID threat levels, yellow for safe, yellow for prepare, yellow for complacency, yellow worth celebrating. COVID-free. The US is celebrating, part of it anyway. They are dancing in the street and kissing babies because celebrations are worthy, because the US will be back in the Paris Treaty, because it feels like multiple breaths taken at once, like bubbles bursting through reefs. We reassemble ourselves. We gather the calcium carbonate to grow our coral skeletons into sunlight. Look, up ahead, a lush marine garden awaits. For Tony, we'll say. For Tony. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean, in the middle of the Marshall Islands.
Strong winds, 15 to 25 knots. There's some huge swells too.
Rough, big waves. The first time I see the Marshallese Ocean like that.
The canoe is very, very strong, very sturdy, and it's very reliable, and it's really taking good care of all of us.
In a way that is incredibly far apart from the rest of the island. We're entering a different time zone. That's how far away it is from the main atolls. The US tested over 60 nuclear weapons in the Marshall Islands.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
The nuclear legacy of the Marshall Islands is a catastrophe.
As the smoke rises on Eniwetok, scientists term the experiment an entire success, a success in destruction.
You know, Eniwetok was the site of all those nuclear weapons testing, but it was also the site of huge, massive canoe culture that now no longer exists. far as this canoe voyage goes, to me it doesn't look very Marshallese and it doesn't look Micronesian. It's a very Polynesian design. It's like a cousin. It's something familiar. It has similarities. It's just a little different. Being on this canoe afforded me the space to be learning about the stars and the island from the other Marshallese on the canoe, and to be bringing a canoe back to Eniwetok. Maybe it's like a reminder of who we were once. We were supposed to be one of the best navigators in the Pacific. To be going on a canoe to Eniwetok, it made it all the more spiritual. They saw it as kind of a sacrifice in a sense, you know, that it wasn't an easy journey to get there, but that we took it regardless because we believe in these traditional means of voyaging and in our traditional culture.
Eniwetok is a very sacred place. Literally, they were the best canoe builders in the Marshall Islands. After that, the displacement of people and the nuclear testing, the traditional knowledge of canoe building, navigation, wave piloting, completely lost. Makes me really, really sad. What I can do is bring back the spirits of our tradition and culture in sailing and navigation to our people.
During the World War II, they come and destroy all the canoe from this island. They ruin the custom and our canoe. When you have one canoe or one olive like this, you're going to bring back our custom together. Olive is the one, put them together, everything. It's really good if you have one like this.
This is Ruined Island where all the dumping of the remains of nuclear testings, they're on this island. And I feel very unsafe, and I don't feel very good about the people living out here.
There were 9 nuclear weapons that were tested on Ruined Island. One of them was so powerful, the same strength as the Hiroshima bomb, that it incinerated the whole island and created a crater. And so they took all of this nuclear waste and mixed it with concrete slurry until it created a dome. And now that dome is leaking, and because of the rising sea level, I always try to focus on that cultural knowledge that shows how resilient we are, because not everybody is an ocean country. That sets us apart from a lot of people. There's a lot of answers within our traditional knowledge, and a lot of love there too.
Okay.
This
Lain arti masalah, kena lagi najib, kira dia macam. Cuy apa? Jadi dulu je nam. Jadi ni try juga dalam na jadi akhirnya, pejan akhirnya, emergen air cari. Yang mana orang, yang karwai ni dengan orang. Manian program ini ada. Program ini ada Pentagon. Washington Marshall Island Nuclear Victim Memories Week. Change spoken in Galari.
My name is Betty Bijan Akege, and with me in Marshallese language is Arti Matala. Yahweh, and welcome everybody to our last gathering together in Washington, Marshall Islands, Nuclear Victim Remembrance Week in Spokane and all over the world.
Honorable President David Kabua in Kevin Galiloi Royal Kabuko Kajuju Kina MPU Yalaban. Yalabala Roy Clark Yon Choran Kabindan Yagadan Bolo Ido Chenan America Kakamel Nuclear Koiro Island.
As our culture, firstly, we thank Heavenly Father for this wonderful moment. In recognition to the chiefs and our elder people in our culture, Honorable President David Kabua and his cabinets from Marshall Islands, and all the reverends from different denominations. Especially, we give thanks to all the people that had suffered from the nuclear practice that America made in our islands.
Temporary Kamoro, Travel, and I again Penny, in Naron Povado, Ipendon Canal, Kamari, Julian Elabim, and what spoken tribal, then Roger Malon Malon Kalaya, Ilotarin, Ukanu in the morning. John Kamola, Nan train, Eastern Chandler community, Chandlerin, where Malon Kabala. Isn't Bajan Malon Kayabala. Yung kamane yini now yung Kamol Zaza ngan Martin Luther King Jr. spoken Executive Director Frida Caroline Swan Emro Jedigo TV.
We also give thanks to all the tribal here in America who has given us this opportunity to do this very special and important event. And also to Spokane tribes and the rest of the tribes that we didn't mention today. And especially to East Central Community Center for giving us this opportunity so that we can use this to do our special event. Thank you very much, Martin Luther King Jr., Spokane Executive Director Frida, Carolina, Sean, and the rest of the team.
General training, Pugyo Konam, call to action. Training General Roger Chuan Nan, our Yo yang punya no la jengkit. Ini ala bisa konan. Right? Honorable Ambassador Tony Tipu. Then Dr. Holy Barber and I follow Karagin and Kishu. Rara Namo am Yani Injin Telepitini Edit Government. Yemen Honorable Mayor Andrew Siva. And Honorable Government and US Chair of Champions. State Representative Marcus Lucille. Erosion spoken. If no watch it, General Night, Nuclear, no Aramai National Nuclear Commissioner, Amaya, Commissioner, Alison Kerry.
We named today Call to Action. Today we're gonna listen. We're gonna share a video with everybody from someone who has been worked really hard. Late Honorable Ambassador Tony DeBroom and Dr. Holly Parker will explain to us what's today. And the rest from Philippine Local Government, Honorable Mayor Anderson T. Vaz, Honorable Arma Ambassador to the U.S. Gerald Sapias, State Representative Marcus Russilli from Spokane, and some other from RMI National Nuclear Commission, from Marshall, Commissioner Alison Kellen.
Raini Jalan Purana Kumajangan Narago, Yikichen COFA Mitigate Restoration, Celebrations and David, and Dr. Southern Rickland, U.S. Congressman Rick Larson, U.S. Senator Ron Whalen, Chennai Balamat, Kajamulak Kawit, we well in our Nagi. We well in our Nagi. Kukijokonam. Katabawa, Shen Kuirako, Twalab, Ilowiki.
And today too, we're gonna hear from COFA Medicaid Restoration Celebration from David Anito, Dr. Shelton Riggleton, U.S. Congressman Rick Larson, and U.S. Senator Ron Wyden. And lastly, we're going to hear from, Call to Action.
Right on India, getting one pound of the program in Arroyo, rather than ready, and I create union. Gagino Chairman, you choose in Penny, you spoke any. Reverend Taran David, Chen Spoken, UCC out, United Church of Christ, when one man of Kapalaki in Arroyo. Thank you.
And now, we're going to give it to Reverend Talenta David for the opening prayer for today.
before I opening our prayer, before I opening our prayer, I just want to give our thanks to our Heavenly Father. My name is Talanja David from Enuata, Uchilang. And I stayed in Enuata a long time ago. And I know it's very difficult to the people of Enuata. Now I will pray. Let us pray right now. Dalam kamu di manich, kinjori na mani maoruk. Jori na me kark, we are mirin meran so baru. Ilo ay ko emen. Renarun ko bato ilo yin. En kamu di manich perjuanganin. Kinanaron ko ay tendon. Kaman may minutin di kitchen, wayon din may ritual. Nganaran ni Ray meran chujo ay ilo ay yung ay kachujo. En war bungden go kun malak kan charwal go rawra kun rawat. Im Ray mer charwal tenar ni en wadat. En ay yung ko chilu ren maron tabarak. Karena karakwa manich, karakwa mani roman, unina naron kaman way unigay kinan wam. Naman ngayon yung kono kinaran niya ujilan ng nanwatak. Arjon way unarkan niya naman. Akili yamoy kismarmay wana ni yoy ar kaman man. Yang ina naron kaman buin war way unigori walak. Nganar birin. Yung joran ngay chan minjene yan na ailong koche. Akamudin ko way pendron. Ilo joran ngay mera walak. Ngana ailing kenchu. Kaparen kaudi rorin kaudi. Ilo ay ko way pendron. Tugot. Medyo ka naabang kay mera iwalaman. Alo yirin ailing kenchu. Amen. Iroj. Kapag jalan-jalan way ulo naron kamay. Ay chan kachigit ng parchonani ni Rojo chan nilanani chetu bayan. We kon beri pan rain me rich kader chawan wanay naron. We in war we will go me riwala man army kuwait terilo ingatan. In jakaran ngeke terilo ingatan. Aga churcha mga angker nganiuk. We ani kodi yung kakayon na miro yung beach. War kaman miro yung beach kin kayon naromewa. Kembali ke marong kamane ilo wawon kay ni ke bisko wepen don gani chibang onim kagayoron ken wawon kay rain ne retelen ilo ay ilo amer gain helang ro me ret kono no ken aram rain ne ret chojo la I pareno charum kachile ke tampai kon pareno peri peri leo ngai kayor peri marong wan mawon ribu wawon kay Negar dale cher wayun go repin. Akweo ni ro yanich. Kon peru di perin kita merum kagayurin lewa ngay kalma wajan go ramani brawler. Perin marun chuda kincha pare wayun go raman. Negar ngan karli dewi awam. Iparal cher kachire di pem kabawat yeni. Moda wachena mujina iwan malagan prong jangan chapre bela go raman. Brigito chen kachu ro na. Pokonai lo Jordan Raini, Kaman Bayini ni Johnny no Yaman. Ilo ne Rongjali, Kaman Bayin war well go Miranite, Purchir, Nan Chivang, Ro, Miri Purchir, Belly Ria, Maya, Chabriot, Lalawit Pokonai lo, program in Miri Purchir. And Dina Charim Kachi the Dilo that cheese. Omolo, Amen.
more lagi intervention in chalo. Okay, jadi one malam itu program yang ada elektrik training spoken. Em orang tu itu ayat kane kita di rumah saja. Em jangan aja. Jo training itu ni orang jaga itu national anthem macam almisi ni muat.
Thank you, Reverend Talensa. To start off with the event with music from our islands, we would like to welcome the Enueda community in Spokane to sing their national anthem. Spokane Enueda community, and thank you, Reverend Talensa, for the opening benedict.
Right, Kamora and spoken Enueda community, Uzarinai, Laginai, Alwin yung pukul kalawan ang ayaw yung mansala mo lagi. Agilo to rin niya kini nilangan takso. Uli baga yung mga pukul kalawan kuno na waron sinantala lupo.
Thank you all to Spokane and with the community for the beautiful and meaningful song. For meaningful retention of your anthem. We will now pass it on to Dr. Holly Barker, who will introduce our first speaker for today's program.
Yahweh Kom. To me, Papa Tony was always the smartest and funniest person in the room. I think he may be the everyone else, whether that was seated around the tide table or a table at the State Department. You could always see his intellectual firepower because he would get a mischievous smile on his face as the wheels were turning in his mind, crafting his responses, while everyone else was still formulating their ideas. Those incredible abilities, drawn from the strengths of his family community on Likiup and beyond, propelled him to the international arena and a Nobel Peace Prize nomination, among other achievements. Papa Tony's brilliance is captured in this video we'll be watching today. I want to thank Brian Cowden for harnessing the words and inspiration of Papa Tony DeBroom to be with us forever as a source of knowledge and inspiration. Brian, your documentation work is critically important as it enables future generations to connect their nuclear justice skills to the enduring wisdom of Papa Tony. Papa Tony's words, "We are actually here to save the world," are humbling and transformative. His words shatter any notion of the Marshallese people as helpless victims of global forces, and instead foreground the many Marshallese political and intellectual contributions to nuclear and climate change issues. These contributions emerge from the communities living closest to these issues, with first-hand knowledge and understandings about the changes to all aspects of life. Papa Tony also taught us to function as family, beyond biological connections. When I was working for the RMI Embassy in Washington, D.C., Papa Tony asked me to do research for him to document the impacts of the nuclear legacy from a Marshallese perspective. He showed me, an American, how the issues in this video we'll see today are American history, and the responsibilities that I have as an American to support the justice approaches articulated by Marshallese communities and leaders. I will never forget the impact it had on me when Papa Tony began to call me Midyu, or daughter, because it taught me that something beautiful, a global family that appreciates the interconnectivity of our lives, could emerge from the dark shadow cast by U.S. nuclear colonialism. Papa Tony's brilliance and strength exist deeply in the Marshallese community and have been on display all week long through the expanding of family and knowledge that we've seen in this event, as well as the leadership and caretaking. Papa Tony and Marshallese communities are some of the first people in the world to understand the twin terrors of nuclear weapons and climate change. But Papa Tony's words are a vision for a shared humanity that call on all of us to address these issues in the Marshall Islands so we can save the whole world. Papa Tony, your words are in our hearts and in our actions each and every day. You are with us always, guiding our efforts and inspiring us to action. Jinmulawam Bura, Lo Kauti Jim Yahweh, Nejimel Hali.
To me, this whole
episode, this life's episode, this rather sad but nevertheless real experience of the Marshalls in meeting the nuclear age, as well as in trying to adjust to the threats of climate change, is one big bubble that's alive, and that keeps its resiliency, its ever-changing attempts to remain in harmony with nature. And ours is an ocean world, as you have acknowledged, and maintaining that balance and trying to keep that harmony with these two very powerful intruders, nuclear weapons and climate change, is a feat that we were never cut out to endure or to survive on our own. These islands have been here forever, as far as we're concerned. We have scientific information that points to communities as old as 2,000, 2,500 years old. And it's clear that we've learned to match that balance requirement. Nature, meaning Mother Ocean and what Mother Ocean decides, and us, who live on tiny specks scattered over 1 million square miles of ocean. My experience with BOM goes way back before '54. I don't recall exactly when I started realizing that it was bombs that were being tested in the Marshalls, but I started first grade in 1949, and that was already 3 years into the testing program. This was in a period of time when the guns of World War II were still warm, were still hot. And people here still had an awesome fear, not respect, not honor, but fear of the conquerors, the white man, the rebelde, who were here, and their word was law. Between the period 1946 and 1958, when the testing was taking place, it was impossible and I don't think anybody ever thought that it could be done, but it was impossible to re-enter that bubble that I was explaining earlier, or to tap it to see what the answers would be to the multitude of questions and concerns that had arisen because of what was happening. There was barely time to take a deep breath and say, peace at last, you know. We've gone through the war, not our war, somebody else's war, but we were caught in the middle, and now we have a chance to breathe easy. No, there was not a chance for that, because every time one of those things went off was yet another trauma, a very real physical hurt for our people, but also a, I think, more permanent psychological trauma that we still witness today. When Bravo came around, I was 9 years old. Barely old enough to understand what was happening, but still I am convinced that I already understood what was happening. It was already embedded as part of our psyche, as part of our thinking, as part of what drove us to do what we did and kept us from doing what we didn't do. This core issue of shame mixed with fear, mixed with just, I know not what to think, I know not what to say, I know not what to do. And I would challenge anyone to live through 12 years of testing in the Marshalls that does not come away with a permanent scar somewhere in your system that is a mark of that period. It totally control our lives. Perfumes were reintroduced to the Marshalls for the first time since the war had broken out. So, well, since 1939, importation of anything to the islands was prohibited by the Japanese. So perfumes could not be sold in the Marshalls. When perfumes were reintroduced, the most popular perfume in the islands was one called the atomic bomb. The atomic bomb. So, from what you ate in terms of imported goods, from what you sent off in terms of products of the Marshalls, copra could not be marketed outside because it was dangerous. It had to be sent to Japan, but there was a Geiger counter man at the dock here to check every bag to make sure that it didn't beep too much before we would load them on ships to send them off to Japan. From the backbone of what was supposed to be our commerce to such an essential as something to make our women folks feel good. All were tied into the atomic bomb. The atomic bomb came to us as a power that we could not stand up to. We were totally at its mercy. Until 1968, you could not enter or exit this country without the permission, really, literally the approval of the Admiral's office in Guam. Until 68, there was no foreign investment allowed. There was no, the place was sealed off. And not just the Marshalls, mind you, but all the way to Palau. This whole thing was sealed off by the military in order to provide for the testing of their new toys. So if anyone says that we were suffering from victimization syndrome, sort of as a way to explain the almost obvious air of despair in this part of the world, they're sadly mistaken. It was something very real. But we did not take it and fall with it. We took it and ran with it as a way of drawing strength that we needed to fight the good war of justice. First of all, we realized that we could not do anything about what had been done to us through the testing program unless there was some form of sovereignty restored to the country. Everything was at the total mercy of the United States. For example, they did give some money for some of the people who had thyroid surgery, and they'd call it ex gratia payment. And the goodness of the hearts of the American people to the sad victims of the accidental exposure. It did not resolve the nuclear legacy by any stretch of the imagination. We merely seek justice, and we're saying, look, a wrong has been done. You cannot continue to withhold the necessary information that we need in order to make decisions on issues that are fair and proper for our people. You cannot simply say, sorry, you don't have the proof to bear out what you are claiming, because we have the proof, and the proof is in our secret drawers because it is a matter of national security for the United States. That is patently unfair. But as we emerge from this nuclear bubble, now this climate change issue comes. And it is painted with all the exact same parallels. It is something that we did not cause. It is something that's caused by our very powerful metropolitan partners. It is something that within their own societies there are people trying to claim it does not exist. It is also something that affects us as a vulnerable country much more intensely and much earlier than it would the metropolitan powers. We go to the world and we say, hey, we have a problem with climate change, and they say, here we go again. Victimization syndrome. You live here for a little while and you'll see that it is not that. It is far from that. This is very real. I'm sure you can hear from our conversation now the sound of the tide. This is lucky we have a high tide with no adverse wind conditions. Because if we did, there'd be water all over the streets right now. There are islands that have disappeared from the surface of the earth in the Marshalls from the nuclear testing. They just bombed the hell out of the island. It obliterated it. The same thing has happened from sea level rise and climate change, except not quite as dramatic, but the island is gone. All you can see is if you're in a drone or you're from an airplane, you can look down and see some scars of island that used to be there, but are not there anymore. And much of this has happened in the last two or three decades. We have neither the resources or the wherewithal to do what needs to be done. We need the cooperation of our metropolitan partners. We need the cooperation of the global community to help us survive. The news of recent days and weeks has been very, very sad for us. We see much of the work that we've done in climate change, for example, can be just totally thrown out and wiped out with a stroke of a pen. It does not bode well for all that we've tried hard to accomplish in the last decade. But as I said, we've survived 2,500, maybe even 3,000 years on these islands, and we intend to survive longer. And we intend to find ways to make sure that we conquer both the threats of the nuclear age and the impacts of climate change, and maintain a harmony with our ocean, with our nature, that our children and grandchildren, I've got great-grandchildren now, will be proud to inherit. All the speeches and documents that we file in different forums throughout the world on either issue, nuclear or climate change, cannot attract the kind of attention that we think they should unless more people are convinced that what they see in documents and they hear in speeches is for real. And hence our willingness and our desire to invite the world to come and look and come and see for themselves what it means to be at the total mercy of the sea. And to know that people here are happy, people here love their homeland, and they are not about to pick up and go. There will be those that go to find opportunities elsewhere, of course. But in their hearts, there will always be Marshallese. And that is important for us to share, that feeling. And the actual destruction to our lands, and to our health, and to our home communities can only be understood if more people see all of these firsthand. We want to share this not just for our sake, no, not just for our sake, but for the sake of the world. I remember in Rio Plus 20 at the meeting, we were coming out of one of the discussions in one of the halls there, and we were all in island dress. And I think that the news people and the camera crews realized that we were not quite, we did not fit in the, so they rushed up to us as we were leaving the hall and held microphones in our faces, and one of them very carefully asked, "Are you here to save your islands?" And we replied very quickly too, "No, we're actually here to save the world." And it's important for people to know that these islands may only be the, as we call it here, the tip of the spear. But if these islands go, it will almost be too late to stop the effects of climate change. We need to do it when we can still talk to each other in a sane way and without panic, and with the assurance that the science is out there, the resources are out there, the human beings are out there. It's politics and bottom line profits that must be brought to bear on what needs to be done to make things well again.
Thank you. The moral and sector holding power of William Bachelor 22 Pro in Marilla Viable Month in City. Give them a round of applause. Kabu. You and I come over and Brian Golden. Then Jalor video in our company and event in Jara. Join video and one MCC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Dr. Holly Parker and late Ambassador Tony DeBroom. Let's give them a huge round of applause. A special kumagata to Brian Calvin for capturing invaluable moments via his art video interviewing work. We now welcome David Aneto, who's directing this week's program live from Spokane.
Greetings to everybody. Communal MC
sirain kamunul cemero bilang perjuangan kamulangan rorar kobat yung kalau molin ke cincin Maria yung katabarin ang bigot cumay yung mol koi cincin cerbalin kagamin lo akan nuclear.
Thank you, MCs. Thanks to our Heavenly Father. Once again to everyone. Como Tada for joining us to showcase the truth that we are not alone in this effort for nuclear justice.
Ilo daray, sa dito manar, kualo kan tabarak in COFA medagin restoration yo. Im kamolol, payamanya par cakala medagin, at suka ko ikiyan takata, centiyo ya, akiyo yo ana mergain. Ilo arbalay, cuman kono rutoro wa, rakelat nangkej, naitan COFA, Kanga Free Association. Arkamani lo 19, akchonda ji radu ni buku radu chini no yo. Ikada namerga rumajam parnot Trojan Federal State of Micronesia Republican Palau. Ilo 94. Ilo Poni Ekape Pechabra Toro Jidok Namerga Yogun Kanga Free Association. Rabara Budoko Kachu Charabal. Rekala Yowet Atako Nango State Parnot Federal Taxco Namerga. Rabara Doko Pivot Chibak Ikichen Hajimur Chalavajan Emilio Yalan Chalavajan and Chikijugo Embarano Kovalo Ipen Rotarinaro and America Emero Priamerica Alanga Perio Military Chechapami Peva in neither green card a visa Ilo Ariano Milo America Ekaran Koni human Kambagan America Maya Koni human Kambagin Alak Anchia Area America, Reparano, Maromadan, and Lavawan, Yogan Kambagi, Ilan and Chalak for visa, a green card like Kedron.
At this time, we'll come to share about the COFA, Medicaid restoration, and give thanks for the return of healthcare access through Medicaid from the U.S. federal government. As we understand it, our ancestors chose us a unique treaty called COFA, or Compact of Free Association, established in 1986 between the United States and the Republic of Marshall Islands, including the Federated States of Micronesia, and in 1994 for the Republic of Palau. In the unique treaty, anyone who enters the United States of America under the Compact of Free Association may be able to obtain jobs, pay all local, state, and federal taxes, seek education at any school, and even join the U.S. military and become a U.S. citizen. We are not required to have documents like the green card or visa to come to the United States of America, according to the Compact Agreement. This compact is unique in the sense that it is a reciprocity agreement, meaning any U.S. citizen may go to the COFA nations without visa or green card to live and indefinitely without any duration of stay.
Our Mortuan Korean Island Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act, Agilo Tungarun Major Welfare Reform Act, 1996. Kaginin, Araba, Yokino, Yola, and America, a Chabro, the Willigan, Pro Rechap Civilian in America, Rechap Maron Gaza, Alcochimago Human Welfare, my Emia, America, and Marini, Emirates, Agawara visa, in green card. Kagini agar jab lihat kौन गई इलोवान kagini ko Amerika, echolokar lamala ko apano logo ikichen kambego free association. Kenmeni protoraina imarmejin mayo aglalgay yore kambe chinoaji qualify ngan medagay.
However, 10 years later, there was a new policy called Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act, or in short, they called it the Major Welfare Reform Act of 1996. This policy was enacted by the U.S. federal government for any immigrants who are non-citizens of the United States cannot access health care under the welfare reform unless they've been in America for at least 5 years and have a green card or visa documentation. The policy didn't acknowledge anywhere about the unique Compact of Free Association Treaty. Therefore, all our elders from Marshall Islands and anyone here under the Compact become unqualified for Medicaid or federal assistance programs.
Rojan COFA lalabo ran marong kia pagcilangai im tagal yomen medagay. Talapunin bayan namulon nawar ani jalan tada mawal rora kitijiro bayan marong pagcibala medagay an kayo dole robert chubayo na merday. Yomen Compact of Free Association.
After nearly 25 years later, on December 28, 2020, the U.S. federal government finally returned or restored the COFA Medicaid for those from COFA nations, including the Marshallese, to obtain full coverage under the Medicaid programs. It's for the reason that we need to give thanks and honor all who advocated and supported the restoration of Medicaid in the U.S. For all who are living in America under this unique COFA treaty or the Compact of Free Association. As my colleague would say, we can finally do what's right and honor them by making them be a little bit more freely associated.
It's U.S. Senator Ron Wyden and my Senator Oregon State and Parallel Chona Chairman Committee of Alabama Healthcare when Maram Rollo came.
We're now going to turn to our panelists who played a vital role in the COFA Medicaid restoration. First, our speaker from Oregon, U.S. Senator Ron Wyden.
We'll now turn it to Patrol to play this Senator Wyden's remark.
So let me just say how much I appreciate the chance to be with all of you. This is truly a celebratory moment. And to be able to say today that finally the Marshallese and other Pacific Islanders are getting health care restored with the reinstatement of Medicaid for the 3 COFA nations is really a big moment. And I was pleased as the senior Democrat, now the chair on the Finance Committee, to have led the end of the year negotiations for funding. We said, as you all have said, this is the time when we finally fix this injustice. Given the history of U.S. nuclear bomb testing in the Marshall Islands, islanders suffered a grave injustice because they had been denied medical coverage for so long. Nuclear radiation hammered homelands, deeply affected health, higher cancer rates, horrific increases in birth defects and miscarriages. Many islanders literally forced from their homes. So we said that these are individuals who deserve better. And now with the passage of this legislation, they're going to receive better. Now, people from the COFA countries played a major part in our national security. They enlisted in the military at higher rates than any US state, and certainly having dedicated their land and space to the United States for our military defense. They have been there on all of America's national security priorities. Many, of course, came to America to get medical care, employment, educational opportunities for their families. And what a reputation they have for hard work and working in jobs that increased their exposure to COVID-19. So today, we take a few minutes to celebrate a step forward towards social justice. We all know there is so much more to do. And I just want to say, as we reflect a bit today on this extraordinary moment, a moment that we all said we were just going to keep working for and working for and working for, and people got to the point, well, is it really going to happen? Now we're able to take this time in friendship to say, justice is being done, justice is being served, justice, particularly for healthcare, is vital, because if you and your loved ones don't have your health, then everything just goes by the board. So it's great to be with you. And let's put this story of finally righting a wrong, the denial of healthcare, is a story we'll build on in the years ahead.
Senator Arwix, U.S. Senator Wyden, Umodada, a special communal and COFA Alliance National Network, Nimroilo, Gronuli, Kencheberon Game, Ipen, U.S. Senator Ray, Nimroilo Ray, Kencheberon Bartalam, Chibang Game, Yobin Melagate.
Thank you very much, U.S. Senator Wyden, and special thanks to COFA Alliance National Network team for these respected relationships you've established with U.S. senators and other policymakers at various states and the federal level for them to support us on the Medicaid restoration for COFA.
Jadi itu dia yang namanya perkenalan kamu, saya human tadi yang COFA Medicaid. Perkenalan kamu in Washington State, in U.S. Representative Rick Larson, and Rick Larson is representing Everett, Washington. So you can U.S. Representative Rick Larson.
Our second speaker today from Washington, U.S. Representative Rick Larson. Please welcome Representative Rick Larson.
Hello, I'm Representative Rick Larson from Washington State's 2nd District, and I want to thank you for inviting me to join you for what will be the first of many Washington State Marshall Islands Nuclear Remembrance Week commemorations. This month marks a somber anniversary for the Marshallese community. Nearly 7 decades ago, the United States conducted its most massive nuclear weapon detonation in the Marshall Islands. That detonation and the 66 other detonations the United States conducted in the Marshall Islands after World War II had a devastating impact on their community, an impact felt even today still by the Marshallese. For too long, the U.S. has failed to live up to its commitment of providing health care for Marshallese survivors and other members of COFA communities that were exposed to nuclear radiation and that were displaced by the fallout. In 2019, I met with David Anatot from the COFA Alliance National Network, who made me aware of this injustice and how it continued to affect migrants from COFA countries. But thanks to your advocacy and your organizing, Congress restored COFA community eligibility for Medicaid coverage late last year. Congratulations on that success. This is a major legislative victory that will save lives and lead to a healthier community. But Congress can and must do more to protect the COFA community from the COVID-19 pandemic, which continues to have a disproportionate impact on your community. Congress must also do more to protect the community in the workplace and in housing, and to address intergenerational poverty. Your voice is important. Commemorations like this go a long way towards raising awareness of issues affecting you and your families. So continue to meet with your elected officials and bring these important issues to our attention. Washington State's vibrant Marshallese community continues to grow and continues to make our communities stronger. And I look forward to meeting with you again in person when we get to the other side of this pandemic. So, como dada, and thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today. Bye.
Another huge round of applause to Congressman Rick Larson, como dada, for those great thank you remarks. And reason to celebrate. We hope to continue celebrating again. This Medicaid is just the beginning. We have another big topic here today, this week, nuclear justice. The Comol, again. U.S. Representative Rick Larson, yung paranot COFA can generally even U.S. Representative Larson.
Thankful for the wonderful and meaningful information from U.S. Representative Rick Larson, and a special thanks to Ken, Washington, and the COFA communities in Everett for this unique relationship with the U.S. Rep. Rick Larson.
Thanks again to all of our audience for, again, indulging us with your time today. It's an important final day. Our next remark, joining in and Honorable Ambassador Gerald Zacchaeus. Ambassador Gerald Zacchaeus, that Melody is stationed, Washington, D.C. No being of an argument, Albin Major, a grand America, and Marshall. Join Carvanito, Ambassador Gerald Zacchaeus, and it's going to Nalalago and mitigate restoration, but not recent topic on nuclear and climate change, U.S. Congress.
We'll now hear from our next speaker, Honorable Ambassador Charles Zacchaeus. Sharing related information on COFA, Medicaid restoration, any recent nuclear and climate change legislative progress in the U.S. Congress.
Yahweh, Lavaja, Nani, Yahweh, Kaudit, Olipilo, Elegant Relevant Raini, Kobala, Nani Charago, and Ragagio, Conchon Ran. Ilar Kobai Pendron, Kagim Mikule of Kaudit. Why when go our book, Chigir, Children old Chichilijon, year, and Rainin Mechet KMM. Chimjon old Lalimia, Janeja, and Charabalagin, Palagan Lalchit required. Chikam Molon. Pada cibar kalau jen kamu ro cemeri langgan wang win gain yang rara likarangan kec ilo all bentar gain manda ngan raini ejme bajen kamu ilangan menodum cala cek para malah yang pro muj kan wang win rara pek cegir agen odro gono ro imal kalau tada cuaneo me ya cerwalipet emme odro jen gait late Minister of Ambassador Tony DeBron, who will learn 9 1. 9 again, Renai Kuba Lao di Penan or Raman, and His Excellency President David Kabua. Home agar quality lo chino na neja kalman lo jani naman and all of rain and rate pokonayo. And I Kuba Pendron, Emledo Leda Melele, Ila Kaudi Kagi Mimit Wawin in Rapukir, Lower in Pulgoar, Tata Dalchit Fire. Alvin Melele or Raura America, Roalu Konono, His Excellency President Kabua, Mikamorele Kieno, Kap Meliman, the Dijala, Bangan Charbangan Kumuji, Washington DC. Ilo jage charbalin, kap charbal buwit, ngan kakaman malam mur, emeji mur kuar, ilo majel, kap ilo ay peramera kage. Ino daw ba? Ngay kam model David, em rain rar organize yenin, em kan green bangay pagchiruk konal, ngan kwalak chat nalalago, alap tada i-change charbalin. Ngay marang pagchiruk diyan, ilo kajine chuan. Manailegal nanin kamulol ng ro imanglo kung rakonono kaprinja dem charbaliper. I'd just like to briefly take this opportunity to thank Senator Whiten and Congressman Larson for their words, which they have shared earlier on, but also their hard efforts in trying to restore Medicaid to the people of the freely associated states and in particular the Marshall Islands. We, the people of the Marshall Islands, here in the United States and in the Marshall Islands, convey our sincere appreciation. I also wish to convey on behalf of all the Marshallese citizens in Washington State and in Oregon, our appreciation for the welcome you accord us as we reside in your beautiful states. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank all the veterans and those that have been part of this week-long program as we commemorate 67, perhaps 75 years of the nuclear testing program. I salute you and thank you for the efforts as you work with us. And as the theme says, we are not alone because we know we are with you and we are all together in this effort. Ilo alben wa gini kan pokok cirgian really gelap dan udah apa eno cuane me ekar par pokonan me cok pujarakan pokonan no wa ini rongul cilim jon iyo me odala ngai gar matan jon delegation al irojo president Gemini lengke nam da kabu ngan Australia le jon Pacific Island Forum jon taujon radum jon olemene Yo me konono ni gichen charbanin pamuin rachino eja palen agar manglo agilo agar chino koila koin ilo woren bulwar ijala ge wawini na chino e ilo terrain agar ito chilu rome rar kobado ilo delegation pen president kabua late president kabua iro jala president kabua e chuone me ejagap gar konono iman late minister and ambassador Tony DeBrum, late minister Kapkar ambassador Wilfred Kendall, Kap late Euroid Kap president Lito Wataming. Armi rain rako bado kan raini nilang juan National Nuclear Council. Ilo tereo nilang juan National Nuclear Commission. Emrarido nganar chino lelang tak nine ayuji na narmijin majol pero idurul Pranwar Chibangki. Yang in Ijerila Gulo Chargerin Nani Chichap Nagi. Ilo John Dojan Radmion Bui Radmion Molemen. Ilo Chalaya Eno the Igar Pokora, Ilo John Dojan Radmion Bui Radmion Old Chilim Joaneo. John Ryan again. Yang Rawalak, Raluku Nalikar, Ilo Chamalabun Konono Goan, a Charu Lilinwat. May our qualify. Warin Bulgain Rikova the Bena America, Major. Em Kajita the Bena Rea America. Or Ren Kajimui, em Uage, why we gain him rar company, Nan, Armajoro, Ilo Major. Ilo John Dojan, Radmion, Buir, Radmion, Old Jim Jono, Ilo John Quailak, and Forum, Ilo Cook Islands. Ilo Rota, Manda, Arwal, Oliven, Echa Kachitaginot, January Bulgain. Ilo Rotaujin Jiljino, Yarbar Matanjon delegation, Koval been former President KSI note. Yo me Arbare Lajra Nangi, Padab Arkamancho and Errao, Payao Brother Roido, Lalgo, Worin Pilgrim, Tranche John Ladang and Congress Amera, Yambara Nuaga Armijin Maya, Puromojo Rain, Ilo Terreo, Ladain, Oliver Rain Rajab Che, Padab, Secretary General Arche. Chaybar Kamolo Alwa Wingin Pukchigir, Worin Pilgrim, Charbali. Jit Kamolo can go Rajabar Kur, Payan 1 mile over Charbalin, and what I low and Pukchigan, Rodula Tada Lalin, United Nations. And in a chirk Al Chala Yigichian Wawini. Agar Perlo Kiana, Nidi Jalayo, Iana Rotaujan. Kiana and Majal, Yomuntalam Monaga and President KSI note. Agar Chaga Malok and Congress and America, Kachitaga and Armijin Majal may neither change circumstance petition. Mall, a Chapchiri Wengarano, Chapadamba Chungoljon Rotaujan, Aradal Kachitago. Mjala Tayar, Pro Mujim Kaburu, are put chicken Joni of the Valley, America. Padap Kachitagin, a parody man, chicken quail and Amera, M. Charbala and Rainin and Lulu Jaga Katabergi. Me Protaujin Chongolum Radmjon. Egar Kaman Kagian Mera, National Defense Authorization Act. Kagianin are Kaman Kachitago. Imagine while Kachitago, Yigichian. Chicken cockon pie, Yona, ruin it. With Department and Energy and Kamana Kada Kar. Yamajim Jargar Kamana Jona Kada, Ijo the Gay. A Kadagin, Tamakoan, Alatada, Kabilgin, in Rain Richibangi, and what little Jaga organization in Riamans, Dr. Ali Parker, Dugayo, Alzen Kalen, Rain Richibangi, all of Ajuri Rain Yet programming Kovala table. Ejali Karga Ejlamo Ligapo. Yigichian, Wawin and Chargain Qualo Melego. Yigichian, Wawin go Rainin, Red Pukchigir, Runet no. Emilo Konogo, Rajab Radio, Eno Dilo Majem and Ranio, Egalung Chonian Rongajaga. Chen Camidio, Ubija, Ilo Congresso, neither House Natural Energy and Resources Committee. Yome are company Joranian Ramajaga and Rowin Konono and Onanga late ambassador Doni the Prum Konono Valley. Magadugo, Iblagan, Magadugo, climate change, Magadudin Mejadoto. Yochuan, Yomeo Rukin Karo, Chorango, and Charbalin Pamo, and Runeto. Kart Ranin, Majaman Ranio. Nimbeji Anila America, Capio and Ministerial and Foreign Affairs, and Kiano, Charwan Malo, the Milan Nano and Armijin Major, Alaptada Rain and Ralano, Capcajo Armijin Major, Yigichian Oliver Wawin, Nanro Iloran. Kuala Ibujinar, Abam Gainar, Jim Mur than Rani. Imonana, Image Kamola, all of the road Koba, Koba, the Pukchik, Konairo Wawini, Tragabi Ajrin Major, Emro them Jala, Emra Pukchik Konair, Chibam, Che, Chaga Mala, Kalamalagin and Armijin Major, Kantago, Merkaginin, Emeron Chibangi, Katabergi, Nine, Agigichian, Chorango and Pamo, Tadero Rune, Kamagat in Mejadodo. It Kamola National Nuclear Commissioner. Special Envoy and Climate, Major Walipin, Honorable Christopher Lack, Tina Stakey, Ajuri Rochet, Rolu Rochet, and Ochochigum, Roran Charvallo, Department of Obijan Energy, Majo, Roger, Obijuan EPA, Mimra, Rodem Jalap, Remrajibam, Kit, Yoba, Rijarvara, New York. Melali, Chaban Kandani, Parqualo, Chichan Magi. Kajuro war. Imilo Alban Katabergain, Ar, Nan Pugot, Wawingo, Ramman, Ilo, Pugot Chamalavan, Achun Chamalago, Emman, ngan why we need mad chirit good yelling year model itamak ilar ko by pendron enod wigin em kumar kumane and I chon yalan wow yon chon yellow and I lay the available of melele cup uak in wawin gin merit kamangan kit ilohan kachor ran gin chirit kit Nalaba ude im kamolol kanaga rainin di jerewat em peleni lo chat ilo video in agi jala ke eleng rejlo rong jage em eleng em jeri to kelap ta ajri rana nejir rejito gulmo peren kad kanaga ilot tamagya em ngai kanan chenanga eno chora mi rinchilit ilot tamagya ro men jay wit pugode chuan e juwagel chen kini je charabalim chem jara ipen ngan lolur jage wawin go rechangan rela chen program ka kamel melagi chuan ro ngai tama ke che wi lo wawin ka ke le da ala melagi eno da mi jang ko mane rainin en wi go chamo par mi ran melale ko ke magi en lang chon chamo lo purwan kan ai no man em chone ilo chalai ni wawin mol ra chararam ka pro mun jem chiluk akan kan wawin ini chalainar em re malaginat chene podo gala bala kai man em chone ngan rochet po wawin gain renja parchel dir yang ini cirga nan ngan ke jeng lo rainin em ignar war kamolol rolu nene naf tilo tro taujin chong radim jeno yar pokona ko lagu per rolu lin alban jibang em ci parcher bali per ilo iyo chamalala yar merungun kono no iper gan Congress pe Congress air magi en parchi bangir Congress air e channel lela garib chi bangor rakar bar na dal nganir e kejan kejan ya ko kejan ay uji pendron kejan ay uji kanit ko bay pendron em lolo ya ga ben wa ni ibar choralen na kejam lo nan jirgi na lo raini em kamolol kanianin em kamolol gan kataberi nim kalmal lo jeni namma em kacito gi pen hale beroj kalap ta ajri rein nejir peren kada em kajere wa win gain em melele gain kan gar chon tero ar marok ilo lau jir kwan kum kani jena mol mo da jena pujana ina puk chirgi ni eno ta gar kono no kan ka charbale me ga bre lo gi jena ar marok bar takado eno da peri je gain I kacito pilo ar marok takado chen chou jim kaje barok kalap ta ilo tero me chuani nagan me jechilet ke kajabarok kanage chejai bijin kajabarok ipen rana me jin me uri balagir we kajujen marong ipen ron one mal ilo ainum manem chakane chojum register ngan tagada ilo the Medicaid program ane ino rana pella em choj em wa ilo COVID vaccine gane ne rana pella pokumun pugi kajujen ajmur ilo peri pendron gan ajmur chakane Kamolan Mlewajbar Yawa Alim Parchuan Allen, and I thank you, all my colleagues and friends from NAV and other organizations which I've had the opportunity to work with, and I look forward to continuing to work with. I also wish to convey sincere greetings to our dear friend, Brian Goten. Thank you for all your help, sir. Komol dada, aniji peruj, em charaman iloraini.
Nagaro chubor kana yunde jim kamolol nalalago Ramman Brower Doro Wajapik Radhawajan Honorable Ambassador Chair. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ambassador Charles Sakias.
Lord program ilalalum ichuan ini tahun kenano gichen celebratory and COFA Medicaid and Dr. Sheldon Revelam is Jonian Robich medical doctor and Romadal ring and Kayu Romadal Ido mainland another melody row wire Dr. Sheldon. Below the ring here, challenge the water level, ELE, not Dr. Sheldon Brigham.
And our next speaker will be Dr. Sheldon Brigham.
Is it not coming through?
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately the connection is not coming through, being unstable at the moment. So we'll continue forward. Dr. Sheldon, kalau berat connection na ro cukanin kayo lo train, jamalole kan najago gay, kay charwal gay. Nene jaman kebarong parmadan kualin radio lo najar kanai. So we will continue forward. For the time being, and if connection gets back and it's stable for Dr. Rivlin, we'll create another space for him to go ahead and join us. Lotarin Gedit, walang takot. Perjuangan harus cuma nanin kamunol. Alvin kalala orang yang terkenal aku batok. Chen US Senator ro, US Congress ro, Ambassador Arulings. Yang nene yang manjan yang royal berkenal lawan Dr. Sheldon Brigham. Angan kalau kau jadi chain dari itu, ilustrasi kau peri, jujur lala kau peri Rainan Ken, aga healthcare authority kau lo kacau ilustrasi kau peri. Jadi juga kau kan mata lecuan minat, yang melawan kalian mana mau, yang orang channel clear, kia kencar cerman orang yang chase clear gale, yang orang ko chase cerman orang yang rado yang air cukup yang dalam dalam ilo COFA ini, apa yang rado kendar tadi, yang lain itu nana gale, mereka orang mereka manus, agar nada journalist, kembali ini aja tu, nan jadi apa yang kurangnya, normal orang ni kalau kayak yang kalau kan, kalau kadang Pray jatane aneh. Ini roh juga orang yang malu.
Once again, together we give thanks to all the honorary speakers in regards to the COFA Medicaid restoration. For more information about Washington Medicaid for our COFA members, please follow CAN or the healthcare authority for the state of which you reside in. We'll now come to one of our exciting moments of this program. And thank you all again for joining us today. We've chosen some valuable people to be recognized for their important role in COFA medical restoration. They play a vital role in the news media or as journalists. Without any further ado, I'll pass this moment to two of our own students. Please go ahead on the next presentation. Please join us welcoming back two of our students.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. My name is Jasmine Alec, and I'll be presenting here with Sally Ann. And right now, we just want to take this time to honor journalists who uplift and share Marshallese voices in the news and media. We want to honor and thank 4 journalists today for centering the strength and resilience of Marshallese communities, for portraying us as strong leaders instead of as helpless victims, for communicating Marshallese narratives about the ongoing impacts of nuclear weapons, for building genuine relationships based on trust with our community instead of just extracting our stories for the stories, and for raising awareness about how Marshallese stories are all of our stories, because this history is American history too.
We will start off by thanking and honoring Mr. Gift Johnson. We are honored to have had him join us in a panel earlier this week to share his thoughts and story. Mr. Johnson currently resides in Marshall Islands and has been since 1984 as the editor of Marshall Islands Journal. Mr. Johnson has many roles in news and media, such as on Radio New Zealand, ABC Radio Australia, as well as Pacific Magazine. Mr. Johnson has been uplifting Marshallese voices regarding the nuclear legacy for decades now and has written several books, including the beautiful Don't Ever Whisper about the life of Darlene Keju Johnson. Kumol, Mr. Johnson, for your continued work.
Next, we would like to honor and thank Suzanne Russ. Ms. Russ is an award-winning investigative reporter specializing in environmental issues. Her feature article published in November of 2019, How the U.S. Betrayed the Marshall Islands, Kindling the Next Nuclear Disaster, about nuclear issues in the RMI, was read more than any other LA Times article that year. Ms. Rust spent years on her investigative research and found new information previously unknown to the RMI. And we thank her so much for all of her work and her support. Como Suzanne.
Next, we would like to honor and thank Dan Diamond. Mr. Diamond is a national health reporter for the Washington Post and he has brought light onto how COVID-19 poses a distinct threat to the Marshallese community by demonstrating how nuclear legacy and migration status causes people to fall through the cracks in social safety nets, such as Medicaid. Through his journalism with Politico, Mr. Diamond exposed the cruelty of U.S. policies that denied Medicaid to Marshallese legal migrants here in the U.S. Mr. Diamond's journalism played an important role in building understanding and political will of policymakers to restore Medicaid eligibilities to Marshallese. Thank you, and como Mr. Diamond.
And last but certainly not least, we'd like to thank and honor Brian Cowden. Many of the videos we have watched this week are Brian's beautiful work, and we see how this work brings visibility to places and people impacted by nuclear colonialism and climate change, so people can learn from those people who experience these firsthand. His film Startup Conversations, where each person sees their own responsibilities and where issues are not taken in isolation. Brian's approach to documentation builds genuine connections and a sense of family. And Brian is so generous, and it's deeply appreciated as he travels extensively at considerable cost and time for his self-funded projects and hires Marshallese translators for his work. Brian demonstrates ethics by giving his footage and films to people to use in whatever ways they see fit, which is the kind of ethical approach and reciprocity to relationships and storytelling that we want to uplift and celebrate. Thank you, Brian. It's been a pleasure working with you and planning this event. And thank you so much for sharing all of your talents with us.
A round of applause to our journalists, and again, como tata to these 4 wonderful journalists who shared our stories in the right way. Now we will pass it on to the MCs. Thank you.
perjuangan di cumur lewat kamulun, semoga dengan mula lalu program ini dengan trainu yang mulai ada yang ada program yang sekolah ini kami perjuangan dalam kamulun, kemudian jadi COFA atau online, lo program cerita yang ada dia, harus jorong dia berar, jawab cerita nanti kamulun le, pengen Pemberitahuan benar, rendah watch yang tabrak terkawalin bedegi, itu wajan training bridge, nada pertama nuri nada journalist, error pemajangan lopi jaya, cuman Steve Johnson, ada cuma nanin kampol le, chief editor martial arts journal, melakukan udah hingga kampol le, cara berkaitan perempuan, human, era dia Mantangan Raini, H1, Lingon Mayo, about program Kamolone. Para H1, Suzanne Rush, with Perilo California, the Lawa Kamolone, Kanjara Bergina, Manan Marom Tabak, Eda Armirom, Chichimaram Tabarin, Chenjarawani Penelay Times, again, Pavana Vina, Prowline, with the game restoration in Tabak. H1 is an on time, the going. Ejono acara bilo politiko punya nama bacaan media outlet, kalau bilo lagi, elok dia brain komunitas berlin, agar orang tahu lagi kepada orang baik orang, yang bilo komunitas orang baik macam komunitas dengan cara awal lagi, lagi juga macam air pegawai yang kena nulipen, artinya bayar mana orang bawa kepada orang. Email kita macam kita is Brian Cowden. Di kawan ini materi di program ini adalah ini Brian Cowden yang pernah di California ini matan curang ada di Maryland jadi cuma kamu lelero kan tahu juga air yang kan kejadian itu air kejadian air ini bagi kalau kan yang orang bayar PJI boleh tu bayar tu kan betul rojo ini tu dah kawan ini dah berkain dengan orang bayar tu yang ada cuma Orang Reina, Kota Reina ini, kerja Federal Rain, dan orang dapat cuan video Roman, Emelin, kajalan karong, kau merajut jalan, kentang berar bercikir, jual kuat. Para cuan ada dengan Rain, Emelin berar, ciskilin loterai, cikar ini kaya jalan, dengan majang, ada kaji dulu digit, ini betul, ane kau kain serba berterin, Roman berar. Lo dari cuma perjuangan si cuma lewat kamu lewat kan brain pada lo train seberapa lewat lo dari cuma pijit kamu bagaimana ini let's give them another big round of applause to our powerful journalists again for your ethics and work. Thank you. If I may ask control to give us about 1 minute intermission, and then we'll bring up the Spokane Youth for Christ. We're going to perform to us live on the stage from Spokane.
Favorite Shelton A.
Oh, Sheldon is
He's on the line, yeah.
Okay, is he ready?
Hah? May katarayo reply.
At this very minute, while we're waiting for the direction from control, I just got word that we might have Dr. Sheldon Rigland with us. I believe he might be joining on the phone. Mantagal na peryo romajaga. Sekarang leo jadi dengan kue doan, cari dulu ini jadi yang kedua. Kue jaga.
David, Sheldon, his phone dropped again, so I don't think he can join. He was just on and then it dropped again, so.
Okay, thank you, team, for checking that. And again, if let's see, control.
Brian has another appointment.
We can go ahead, Brian.
Hello.
Yes. Mr. Sutherland, thank you very much. We will just take 1 minute break, everybody, and then we'll come back. If control would put on the screen for a 1 minute break, and then we'll come right back. Thank you all for your patience. All right, so we'll come right back. That was a quick break, stretch for everybody. Thank you again. We will continue on, and at this moment, we'll just transition to our next portion of the program, where we're going to be hearing some information from our participants during today's conference. And so we will call upon our good friend, who is an Assistant Attorney General from the state of Washington, Mr. Brian Sutherland. I understand with timing, we will go ahead and move you up, and thanks for your flexibility, sir, and everybody again for your patience with us today. We'll call on our good friend from the Attorney General's office, the state of Washington, Assistant Attorney Brian Sutherland.
Thank you, David. Thank you to everyone for having me here to speak with you during this important event about injustices. I want to tell you that the Washington State Attorney General's office is very concerned about injustices too, and wants to work to overcome them. I work in the Civil Rights Division of the Attorney General's office, and I want to tell you about what we do. We enforce the Washington state and federal civil rights laws on behalf of all the people in the state of Washington. This means the civil rights of Marshallese people too. We investigate and take action against discriminatory policies and practices in housing, employment, businesses open to the public, and in situations involving credit. We look for situations where there is a discriminatory pattern or practice that affects multiple Washingtonians. The discrimination that we address includes discrimination on the basis of all groups, including race, religion, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, and veteran status. People who believe they have been discriminated against can contact our office with questions or complaints about discrimination. And even if your complaint is about something that we don't work on, we will help you to find the right office to help your situation. For example, the Washington State Human Rights Commission investigates individual complaints of discrimination, and we can put you in touch with the commission. The Washington State Attorney General's office wants to say, it is true, you are not alone. We want to tell you that your right to be free from discrimination is important to us. And we want to work with you to stop discrimination against Marshallese people. We ask you to please contact our office and let us know if you believe that you have been discriminated against. We have interpreters for people who have limited English. You can call 833-660-4877 and leave a message, and we will call you back. And if you leave your name
sorry, I don't have my notes in front of me, Brian. Can you repeat the number?
Yeah, 833-660-4877.
Did you know, wow,
and you can leave a message in Marshallese, and we can get an interpreter. Just leave your name, your number, the best time to call you back, and tell us if we need an interpreter to call you. You can also send email to civilrights@atg.wa.gov.
civilrights@atg.wa.gov.
We hope that you don't experience discrimination, but we also hope that if you do, you will contact us so we can make sure your rights are protected. You can also contact us with questions about the law and how it protects Marshallese people. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your flexibility. Komol tata.
Kalau ikaw mo kan yan ang ilan, ikaw mo namin, barong karelang ngayon programming, ya mga tala, kamu namin, natin. Thank you very much. Thanks, Brian. We will now just take about 5 seconds to 10 seconds and change the video around so you guys can see the performance from the youth Spokane United Church of Christ. Christ. Nagruan yudo and guyaman mo. Nainigyan ka na ng mga. Hope you got a chance to get up from your chair and dance a little bit with us, because this is how we continue. Pagkunalan kamulol. Sorry. Once again, thanks everybody for tuning in and staying engaged. I hope you got a chance to get up and exercise and a little bit with the boys during the performance. Chen Spokane, Washington. Chen Spokane Youth for Christ. Patunalan, Choro kabalo pili kabuhay watch. Yes. We're building the future now, no doubt. At this moment, we'll go down to the list of the program. We have one special remark coming up here from a state representative. He's actually been a dear friend of our COFA and Marshallese communities here in Spokane. He's a state representative from District 3, Spokane, Washington. And actually at the very last hour, he helped secure this venue for us to be able to perform and stream live from Spokane, from this wonderful building, again, the Martin Luther King Spokane Eastern Community Center, and we're thankful. This next representative, a dear friend for the Marshallese in Spokane, Representative Marcus Rosselli. And before I pass it to Rosselli, kailangan pagtunalan kamulol, alabrain, barpupunay, sa dito mga rola kachon melala yawa, Chen Chunian State Representative Romatare, Representative District Chilu, Chen Spokane, and Marcus Rosselli, excuse me, and State Representative and Spokane. So we'll pass it now to Representative Marcus Rosselli.
Hello, I'm State Representative Marcus Riccelli. I'm honored to join you for the 2021 Marshall Islands Nuclear Remembrance Day. For those in person and those joining us remotely, I welcome you to Spokane, Washington, and the 3rd Legislative District, which I represent. The remembered stories told here today show the resilience and strength of nuclear frontline communities who are continuing to fight for dignity, respect, and justice. Marshallese who are here in Washington with healthcare issues connected to the nuclear weapons testing are still carrying some of the plutonium that originated in Washington State. We should never forget. Congratulations for all your work here in Washington State and nationally to ensure affordable and accessible healthcare for the Marshallese communities. You are not alone. We stand alongside you, and we remember.
Thank you, Representative Shelley, for those thoughtful and meaningful remarks. You're definitely a dear friend for the Marshallese and always welcome to come celebrate with the Marshallese anytime, especially in fighting for social and economic justice, on nuclear justice issues, and to carry us forward. Jangan perjuangan dalam nama kamulol dengan Representative Rosselli, yo may chuan walawe mataren, yo may buwan rin ilo chukogan Marshallese community, and kamulol kanchikan kay namrola. Laptada ilo anich, sila kayo imanwich ilo tukot chimay mol imuwa ko raka ngan nuclear justice yo. Yo milotaren kaya chanich wala takot mata programming kaman ilo online chanich lalangan rin na po Charabalin polling yo, kanayadan wayawain tukot lajaragin charabalagay merola ilo anay ilo kachinak yung all braided pero may grade ilo ang rumi changan ko konar ilo ilagay ilo tuloy yung minag kachino ko pranyo do kayan riburay nila yung braided chibang kayan ilo makutukutin right. Once again, thank you for your patience. We will go down in the list of our program today, and next we have a poll that we'll conduct in order to build this resolution as we go forward. And without further ado, I'll pass it to Lily Adams and our students Mamo Wasi will also assist her as we continue and doing this exercise and building our nuclear frontline community. We are not alone.
Thank you, David. Okay, so as we move into our action planning and building resolutions, we'd love to hear from everyone who joined today what your communities see as the priority needs and areas for nuclear justice. So we'll pull up the poll up on the screen and you can click on your top priorities, and we will use the results to frame our discussion on actions and solutions in the program later on this evening. And if you don't see the issues in the poll that are your priority, please feel free to add those in the chat. And if you are calling in live from Facebook, feel free to participate in the poll via the Google form in the comments. We want to hear your voices and priorities. So here, as you are seeing on the poll on the screen, the question is, what is a top priority for your community for nuclear justice? And the options are cleanup and environmental remediation, compensation, healthcare access, recognition, other community needs, community infrastructure, worker protections, and genuine climate solutions. Okay, so we're seeing some results so far, and I'll be presenting this shortly. Thank you all.
Hello, Tareen, I'll go ahead and summarize the next exercise to our non-English speakers, and then provide a little Junior Perinare and Ray online of Kamaki Jato spoke ID. Today, we mouth of Community exercise to do with our Kachida Chun Kachida, Nan Kacho Madale, you will Lazario, we change our way and Chamarong, Chamarong Pedron Gavi, Lotarin Mamas. And Kachida Radio online, Zoom, I went to Zoom, Kamarong Pokonam, Kailo, Chuana, Guapo, Rakaragan, Kamalana, ta lajar ko ilang dada agar priorities ko ngai chujuan berawam ilo tabuke kalagar agilo wudin kalagar yang ilang dada is ngan karro yang kabar malok yang kare every one chicken ko chicken again one bro pen work kawai ngai chorbain gi chilu pen work yalan tuko dai dulu rata kada tagada korala chilu avene nantuko kelero haraka agabene nisho dar kelero nan mawene dar tap chilu alata da ko dar chilu yam nawaila chabra barai bi boje da chui gun bere balen program balen chilu kemala le dar ai bi boje da yam nawa chone infrastructure Mamma Germany Pendron. Bilang Chirin and Germany Pendron. Now in law age, worker protections are non Kelvaro Pajabaro, in Rome, Germany, Germany, Chicken Germany, a Chicken Germany Kaju. Nairigala is genuine climate change and the pain war and love of Charaban, each of our Katabaran chain, Ugoda Miller. Military church, Roja music band, you are Kamalan and catch the cane, and catching the wall. Every night, make a legend, change or roll, and Lade resolving Tayo Alamin, Kalala, and Kamalan. Well, now listen to music from our youth band here behind me while we finish up with the poll and gather our thoughts for, again, what's the priorities for your community. Thank you again for participating in this exercise today. I see everybody clapping on Zoom. So, nanti bareng, pikir kamu mau main dong. Yang mana lain gini? Kamu lagi kena gini Bapak. I'll pass back to Mamu. Hey, Mamu was.
Como David, thank you. Okay, so so here are the results. Sorry, Carly, are the results up and showing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this was a very close call. Well, actually, I see a tie for the second priority, but coming in at the top priority, we have healthcare access with the majority of the votes. And then we have cleanup and environmental remediation tied with genuine climate solutions. So, and then shortly following behind after that is compensation. Thank you all so much for participating. And then now we are going to pass it on to Lily.
If I could ask, probably, could you put the poll back up again themselves? Ilan dada ulay healthcare access, ilan dada JWD, adi yalan tuguday norum tagada. Noro resolve oran time control. Kichen karreo, em kapan malat, jogo jigit, em parano, ngan dulu jare cubara katabar coran mau juga kichen climate change, atau bukan tapi ya. Yung mga percent, all of my budget ko yung team tagada, kaya lang tagada. Sino mo yung percent, udagan, kacubar barang kata barang, cara yang mau itu yang udagan may yado, kaparano, cara yang mau itu juga juga. Yang mau yung kajido yalan, jangan ko akal na ako, ngayon cara yang taruhan, juga juga kaparano juga, cara yang. Okay, thank you again, team, for that. Well, I'll turn it back to Lily.
Great, thank you all so much for participating in the poll. And we want to use this poll to kind of frame a discussion with the folks that are joining us today around what are the goals that your communities have, what are the priorities for your community, and how we can support each other in those goals. I think, the issues that we saw come out in the poll are issues that are common to all of these communities that have been so greatly harmed by nuclear weapons testing. And we can, I'm excited to hear how we can work together to move forward on those. So we're gonna focus on 4 of the main topics that came out. And I think I'll do the order that they were from the issues that people voted for the most to start with. And I'd love to also have this discussion start and really begin with the communities that have been harmed first. So I would invite those people who are directly impacted by nuclear weapons in their own lives to share first about what these issues mean to you and what you're looking for in your community. So maybe we can start with healthcare and what are your priorities for your community with healthcare and healthcare access, and how is this impacting you? What are the goals that you have? What policies are you looking for? Folks can contribute in a variety of ways on Zoom here. If you want to raise your hand or put yourself in the chat, then we can have you unmute and just speak to us, or I can share things that are posted in the chat. But would anyone like to start and share their thoughts on healthcare access? I'm going to try to view all the participants here.
Okay, but before Lily, sorry, before we open to the discussion, I know nalalago beer, our beer beer, and I know another Charwal gate, proud, another Chun Wigan Quella, nalalago jar Malayan, Turkono, and we go Manda, and Ruto Rina, and Brain and Together, Charwal gate, Yojikan Kian, and Kayo Charwal Chu Bergina, and Chuparan Katabar, Aru Chandron, Hatada, Rain Rar, Ion Chorano, incoming within Pamo, Lalagina and Chorai. Here catch the way, Nejadong and Kayan here, Najanong Chechu, Ian man kind of kanuloy pedro, of the other one kabro call idea, can Huawei katabar tabara kain and people to walk and the middle of the way came up Jarmonagi, Chandra Kanoro. Yam Karangan Najarin Tabara Bengar Kachikaru Walla Light by your many chilu in the Yalan to the door, by a row, Chogo Jigit, a man of war and a month, and parallel by roll of Kala and Yellow Kala Chiga, roll that joy in Yellow. Bellowing and Kachika Waga when Bellow, Chabro and Kala. So will anybody from here in Spokane wants to take part or on Zoom, you're welcome to go ahead and partake. Open for discussion.
David?
Was that someone on Zoom speaking up? Feel free to just unmute yourself and start talking if you're on Zoom and would like to share your thoughts here about healthcare access.
Yeah, Elson from the Marshall Islands. I just wanted to say thanks to the coordinating committee, but I'm just, health care is surely a very big issue. And of course, thanks to the leaders and whoever, and the people that took part in the Medicaid. But I'm just looking at the picture from the Marshall Islands side where people, are still facing a lot of the nuclear related illnesses such as cancer or other nuclear related issues. I think this is very important that we also think about that and find ways to help these people here in the islands. Of course, we don't want to all migrate to the state just to get medical treatment, but we want to also have facilities that would help us with the illnesses that we are facing, every day. There was some also discussion on the NPC, non-communicable, on the non-communicable disease like the sugar diabetes and high blood pressure and that sort of thing. Although these are not directly affected by the nuclear, testing per se, I believe that these are very important because most of the islands, the people that were relocated from Bikini, Eniwetok, and Rongola, they were relocated in small islets, not island. I mean, literally very, very small islands where they cannot, get the same kind of nutrient that they would have, if they were back in their own home islands, they would have gotten. So, I just want to raise these things so we can try to figure out how do we help these people here. We of course, with thanks, like I said, with thanks for the Medicaid and all the other opportunities in the States, but we have to also look at the people that are living in the radiated islands in the Marshalls today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elson. David, is there anyone from Spokane that would like to speak to this topic? I think maybe we'll keep, oh, David, go ahead.
Okay, so we've been discussing. Thank you, Nelson, Commissioner Kalen, for again sharing all the way from Mangrove. We'll be hearing more indeed from you, and I do have a few of our elders here from Eniwetok and throughout the Marshall Islands have been listening to the discussion. And I also noticed Robert Richard also has his hands raised. So, kaya Rotorin di, alabarin, ngayon nalala rin ko, hindi ko rin nadongan Reverend Talanja David, Chen, ano mo sila?
Oh, hello, everyone. I wasn't aware that the flooding of the islands is causing more fishing problems. I'll have to yell and scream about that to people. I never realized that the climate change is of course bringing the water level up and flooding the islands and spreading more radiation. I never realized that. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. I also noticed in the chat there have been some great comments as well from John Wills. Well, John, if you're here and would like to speak, I would welcome you to, but also don't mean to put you on the spot if you would rather not. But if you'd like to share what you put in the comments, please go ahead.
Okay, you put me on the spot, but that's okay. Being in a wheelchair for 12 years and having all these health problems that I've had, loss of teeth, bad heart, diabetes, lower neuropathy, I take 42 pills to 43 pills a day, all stemming. My sister is perfectly healthy. Yeah, it's just mind-blowing how one place that we were never told that it was highly irradiated. Not one person at that island had a shirt on. They were wearing jungle boots, shorts, and a boonie hat, and Oakley sunglasses, and that was it. And the guys on the ships, same thing. We're just wearing thin cotton shirts, long pants, and just never told. And got the half-life of it about, I would say, 15 to 10 years later, and just started noticing all kinds of weird medical problems that I've never had or was actually in my family's tree. So I just kind of went, okay, this is strange. And then have the threat by the government, even though I am still a ward of the Navy, to tell me that if I spoke out before 1996, when President Clinton lifted the ban, that I could be put in federal prison. And that kept myself and probably others from speaking out. In 2013, we all went to the Eniwetok page because we found out we weren't alone. So we all kind of gathered together. And you saw the guys on there. We talked mostly regular. Mark Sargent's one of the guys at NAV that kind of works for my Facebook page and group. And I represent NAV in that respect. We're working towards harmony with getting the Islanders the recognition they need, their health coverage, their compensation, our compensation at the same time. It's all linked together from one place where you knock off 43 nuclear bombs. There was no wall that said, the blast is going to stop there. It went on for miles. There were fish in that lagoon in 1978. I know because I swam in it about 30 feet, 40 feet offshore from the main island. Now I heard there's no fish at all. There's nothing there. And our ship, when we were there, was sucking up water from, they call it Bravo dump. And all the Navy ships were anchored there. So all the drinking water, all the water for food, clothing, was coming out of the lagoon. We didn't know it was highly radiated. That's how it is. But you know, after watching Arkansas and not being able to go there myself for the event, but I got to do it on a Zoom call, and I got to see everybody get together, and got to see there was hope for everybody. And same thing here. I got to meet David. I got to meet Eldon on chat. Just throwing things out, working together for a better good, to make the world safe, to make us all, we are not alone. So that's what I got.
Thank you so much for sharing your story and for sharing your thoughts, John.
You're welcome.
I see more in the chat, but first I'd like to turn it back to David in Spokane to hear from anyone there.
Yeah, thank you, Lily. John, thank you very much again.
You're welcome.
Sorry, sir. Appreciate your service and your
Thank you.
continuing work to advocate for all of us, the brothers and sisters. With us, I have again Pastor Chalanja David, who's born, raised, and from Minnesota. I also have one of our pastors from the first day, Sam Levi, who has been in the council of Minnesota local government for more than 25 years. And I think Sam would like to say, hindi naman terkait jam medoan pemilo council and other rolan year go rolan year total and jabalu kira local government and other. Bring it along and jam and about it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you, David, for passing the opportunity for us to speak. And it's clear, it's already evident that the radiation on Enueta has exaggerated and it's growing. And there's a lot more. It's already been reported many times that there's much impact from the radiation and testing, and lots of problem and issues on Enueta. And I guess the concern is, again, if there could be more support in sense of compensation for the people of Enueta, those on the atoll, and for the island itself, and what's happening in Brunei. That's all from Sam. President Charlie, and I'll pass to Charlie Heidi, who's been our band lead singer all these last 5 days. He's got a comment.
Komol David. Itu kan cirgo kajian kan ngayon mah pajilnya kecil maju mereka kecil itu for itu. Kena gerai baik tayo. Menjaga pengkawai orang yang maju. Kia kecil lain, emang ke continue and never in a spoken. If you know pajilnya kecil, all of them pelagi maju. Mengaji itu kan cuma ni permainan. Engkau dia, orang kaya orang depan dia kacau dia, orang kata cina, cina yang orang malu bilang orang penuh sport, umur.
Well, Dada, the remarks again were from Jolly Heidi, and as a Marshallese, I do believe that the impact on the nuclear not only affected the 4 atolls like Enueta, Utrecht, Bikini, and Roma, but it affected the entire Marshall Islands. I'm from the Marshall Islands, and my wife is also from Marshall Islands, and she is currently dealing or suffering from thyroid cancer. And so my request, now that we're in Spokane, if there could be further assistance to help those of us Marshallese, again, abroad and in Spokane, since again, we're also affected, and my wife has a thyroid.
Thank you both so much. David, is there anyone else in Spokane who would like to speak?
I think that's it from this group for now. For sake of time, we'll pass it back. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I noticed, Jane Whitmore, that you had also posted in the chat. If you'd like to share your thoughts here about cancer care in the Marshall Islands.
Mentioned in my chat that I think there's a real need for Marshallese trained physicians who specialize in the treatment of cancer. I think there are only 2 Marshallese physicians in the United States who work with cancer survivors, but with the absence of a cancer treatment program in the Marshall Islands, I can see a real need for financial assistance or scholarships to train more Marshallese physicians who can actually work in the Marshallese Islands with cancer survivors. That was my thought.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Oh, David, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, I'll go ahead and just translate again, Shane.
Yes, please.
Jane, for the wonderful, thoughtful comments there. Ilo milalaban kara palawin India, eba ngan remaja milo payalam na kage milo na urut meka pen war chuan aga jijo remaja rom re tagada in Kenya ilo ayam ko an remaja to here chala remaja ke Jane war chuan yo dilale na in Kenya yon maja na chuan tagada yang baik Ipon na kage emman numeka ne en war Tagdoro, Rodrigo, Kanang in Kenya, and then Maron Lale, Ronald Miro, in a Kenya, Iloine Core. Thank you, Shane, for those comments.
Yes, thank you so much. So the second most common response in our poll, well, I guess it was a tie between the need for environmental remediation efforts and cleanup efforts and the need for genuine climate solutions. And so I would love to hear from others who are joining us on their thoughts on the needs in those areas. I'll also just note that the way that the late Honorable Tony DeBroom connected those issues for us earlier today was just so powerful and has given us all a lot to think about on that topic as well. Again, feel free to post in the chat or simply unmute yourself to start the discussion on environmental remediation and cleanup and climate solutions.
I'm Maron Labalang Carreo, Iloy War, Benchako Pahingo, Emparno, Peneman, Chokundu, Loy War, Em Chorano Jori Kitchen, and Labalang Nejalo, Pul, Kaman Midinan, Lolo, other Ukulawan, Elabano, you will know your nine quad, in general, and Pul, and your ran Wargo, Jella de Covidet, and one window. Ome chimney ya kilo ay lumwa. Munu mo kain rar ba number ro ilo lajar bin kalajar ro kiyo. Em chit kachyo natural pendro ngayon chabrot mamla ko yan kumya kan mela lagi kichen. Ano ba yung choran lo em ukutan mela to aparno an ar kachyo katabar Kareo Jola Payin Line.
I have a comment on that, Lily, if that's okay.
Please.
Yes, so thank you for this question. I think that this past week we've learned a lot about, we've learned a lot of stories about in Anahuac, and it's apparent that we need to know the truth. The people of Anahuac need to know the truth, and the people of the Marshall Islands, and we need to do more research, Marshallese-led research studies to find out the truth. And so, yeah, I think there needs to be more funding to support that, and then we need Marshallese students or organizations, Marshallese people to lead these research efforts.
Thank you so much. Really excellent points. David, I'll let you translate for folks there.
Laluan sudah dikurang laluan observal yang sidang itu programilan imperial New York di mana wajib kalau ini kemudian kata berboy juga dengan barakar di utara selalu bentar orang persekiran begini terima malam jadi lebih jadi kalau cari sidang harus guru akan rolo calon rolo remaja arti remaja baik naron juga cuma muak orang kan artinya nenoda rom radio coba ini naga dong ini yang baru mau lo menolak nanti artinya mana coba belum cara lagi jadi cara untuk wajan kerja yang lumayan lagi biar wir jadi juga ko nanti bang perjuru rom rakar orang untuk cara lagi nanti pun ada nih wah ini bodoh cuma mau lo nelayan mencep itu wajan rawan kaya no tiwi aran baju wajan kerjaan kami rumah nelayan promo. Thanks Mama for that.
Any other thoughts on oh, Brian, I'll let you go ahead if you'd like to just speak up.
Well, it's real easy. What we saw from the video from the people on Anahuac, when your environment degrades, then your food degrades. Once your food degrades, then your health degrades. So all the healthcare in the world is not going to help if you're not eating properly or if you're living in a polluted environment. And that's happening everywhere. I mean, on Anahuac, Chief Peter talked about crop failure, fishery failure, and they're living in a polluted environment, but they're not alone. The rest of the world is doing that as well. So yeah, cleaning up the environment is probably going to improve our health.
Thank you, Brian. Melalui Brian kalau kio menuju ni pun ada kanan kalau yang lagi karui juga ayo mo maja naru ni jago yang mana zaman cokun durian naru maja cokun yang mana mengaku kian hari jero lain mengaku hari mana yang kan mo kalau dia mengaku kian ini mana cokun juga yang mau lain do menjadi war cibang man kalau mau ayo ko berenero orang mengaku kian orang yang mana yang karangan itu yang enak karena yang mau air do. Thank you, Brian, for that.
Yes, thank you. David, any thoughts in Spokane from people in the room there on this topic?
Nothing from Spokane at the moment. Thank you.
Great. Any last thoughts on environmental cleanup and climate solutions before we move on to our last topic here? All right, I am going to move us along then. So I think very closely tied with these issues and very related, but we saw in our poll that compensation is also a key issue for communities impacted by nuclear weapons. So what are the policies or goals that your communities have around compensation?
Thank you, Lily. I'll pass it back. If there's anything from here, we'll let you know.
Thank you. And David, we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you, so if you are able to use the mic, it's better, but I don't know if there are tech problems. But yeah, for those joining us on Zoom, any thoughts around needs for compensation?
Could I speak, Lily?
Please, yes.
As far as compensation, this is a tough one. Most of the Anawita cleanup guys are not entitled to RECA at this time. That's why the Prairie Act is such a heartfelt effort by everyone involved in that. I've noticed that they're not really giving compensation an equal footing for the Marshallese people. Those islands were stolen flat out. There's no denying how they did it. They did it by fear and intimidation because we just over a war. And it's just ludicrous that it's gone on this far. This should have been handled 40 years ago. Everybody should have got a fair footing and been compensated for being, at least for the Islanders, going to a whole nother place, then getting irradiated on top of it, and then tell them you can't go back to your home island. That's ridiculous. Who does that? Obviously, the Congress thought they could get away with it. The congressmen, them at that time, were older gentlemen. Alan Cranston, Mr. McCain, a few others, key players that didn't let anybody know what was going on. And now we have younger congressmen and younger senators who go, I didn't have any idea what you're talking about. This can't be happening. There's no way there's a truth to this. And then we showed them fact, and we showed them the dome, and we show the immediate situation where that dome with enough seawater could slide right off. And then all that plutonium and all that stuff is going to be exposed to the air. And more people are going to get sick. And compensation should be now, not later on. The RECA claim should be either reestablished or wiped out completely together and come up with something new to benefit all, not just one. That's what I got.
Thank you. And just for folks who are not familiar with RECA, it's the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, which provides some compensation to some people who were exposed to radiation, but as John said, not to all, including not to the veterans who were there in Eniwetok.
Yeah.
David, would you like to translate?
Yeah, I'll provide a summarize to John's comment. Again, John, thank you very much. Malalago dyan, ligawin again, John, Prejarabalido, yung Runa. Right in a lagi, your element, they want you know, who know, every day I'm John Brown. We will have John Ray, and you know, you know, getting a carry to Yalan. Kalau yang mana yang John Ray kurang untuk dia, baik, jauh itu kita kio, jauh kalau ini baik, kalau nana kira nana ada pun kalau ini, kalau lagi berlalu angga, road yang tengah kayu di lain, yang paling jalan harus normal lain, aja jadi mau lain terlalu nanti, yang terlalu jalan kalau aja jalan all boleh meraih untuk lain kio itu lalu yang menjadi jalan oleh itu tuan cuma kalau main coba itu rapat sini jalan. Thanks again, John. Lily?
Thank you.
Lily?
Oh, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, now that we're on that topic, you know, it's funny because in the nuclear strategy that we put together, compensation was the first on the list. It's one of the first pillar on the list. And but I just want to bring it up now because, you know, the reason, I mean, we've had this National Nuclear Tribunal that was established right after the compact was approved. But unfortunately, that the funding for that was not enough. Our problem was that, you know, we had cases, you know, in front of courts, and there was cases that were adjudicated, you know, for the damage that nuclear, you know, caused, and the 4 atolls, and of course, you know, there were a lot of you know, health issues that were also part of this. And our goal was to pay the unpaid adjudicated land damage and partially people, you know, at partially payment for their personal injuries. Some had full payment, some had partially payment. And, you know, these payment hasn't been paid and they were adjudicated in the court. So anyhow, I just want to bring this up because, you know, it's just not right.
Thank you, Alson. David, I'll let you translate.
Alden komunologi ini betul macam menolong dan harga.
Kumal David, melalui kanono ngagi ka irigi lagu dipen melalaguan lugaw mer kanono mani igchen payment kana kanono ngagi ki claim kana ilo karkada ko me nuclear commission agar company ilo ter establish ilo chongo chimyona roto yin chongo chimyona matan kar 311 wunin konono go megar ejagi chen compensation ginar lagaring lang land damage claim go me ragar approve iman court para ino delang aram juro me rar pogolok ilongan nuclear claim tribunal jen nang mi go air me related rajam yang langot kagambel melgo ched ragar bo ched chirigin chen wire chet echalog minan ragar pagay menge claim mo rar kwal ke ayat elang rai with pagi em rainin egane jilang par claim mo ragal imi jalaga ini jilo iljum chagala jilo ebe binan ro bani lang par claim mo ragal rain war pero em ligaw pen lagar kanono ben kan tyrod pen langan tyrod war rainin nuclear claim tribunal gentil egbergio human lulur niya ngayon National Nuclear Commission. Lali matang katabarugan ng anar karabali mga karabali din recep cumay. Kumol David.
Thank you. And I see a comment from Hideko Tamura in the chat. If you are interested, you are very welcome to share more about your thoughts here.
Thank you very much. I am very, very interested in your plight. I think this is the greatest injustice done to humanity. What happened to me was an act of war, not that it wasn't immoral. Well, whatever it is, your plight, veterans and Marshallese, the beautiful people of Marshallese, you have great tradition of seafaring and being so brave and courageous like no other. And I've heard you singing beautiful, beautiful music. You have all that's endowed for human beings. And to have been done this to you, I cannot bear it. I feel just as much, I don't know what you call, disturbance inside of me. So that's why I wanted to see what is going on every day this week. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And David, I'm not sure if you're able to see in the chat, but I'll just read Hideko's comment as well. Hideko is a Hiroshima survivor, and she says, money piled to heaven does not compensate what you lost. Has the US government ever outright apologized to what they had done, robbing you of your God-given birthright of being a whole human being? Very beautiful. Thank you.
Hideko, thank you so very much. Your words inspired us to continue on, and it truly encouraged us to continue standing together for justice. I'll just quickly translate as best I can. Your words were so meaningful. It'll probably take me the whole week again to translate that in Marshallese to our families and communities because it's so meaningful. But just so right on. Umodala, Yanidego, man, Pocotri, way, Narawan, Lavin, where you will be doing Nankajo, and the Hinadian. It qualified Wawana Pochin, Imwalong and Armin Maya, and when Lalawilo Maya, John Wawane, Wale, and Armin Pur. When John Jones in Yahweh Ben Armin Maya, I Lloyd, Narina, Ekulere, Ilo Ainian Aral, Ilo Wawana Mother Canono, Lutheran Meja, come and quail in all the way in Matar, Territorial Rano, Romajane, Kenjino, and Ochoa, Yon Jorano, Hiroshima, Japan, Rano in Lula, Aral Chalata, Portugal and Maya, Chalachuna and Rom, Camilla John, Nolan Nada, Kanu Rupurun. Wawin and Awam and Army Maya. Let's say we got to do. And a man will not remember Tokonani Lord, we will be a young project, Mellow of Matrap. Once again, I hope to meet you in person one day, but thank you. We're in prayer together.
Thank you so much. I think Rosania, I don't know if Rosania is on, but Rosania had a comment on Facebook, and Rosania Alfred is from ILUC and is one of the co-founders of Reach Me Radiation Exposure Awareness Crusaders for Humanity in the Marshall Islands. And Rosania says, all of the Marshall Islands should be allowed healthcare and compensation, not only the 4 atolls that have been designated so far. Absolutely agree.
Kobado bilen ayo kuari lo maya cuan karin ayo yang acil untuk cuan nani lo Facebook ano jana kamen na pe alwen maya ayo nani chorra meja chorra ko darar chama lo fordo alwen warin kulin maya len alap chorra ni channel chorra ni Amerika putu bilen wajib len tongan maya Matan role when you have a reach me, like a radiation exposure crusaders awareness. Sorry for the acronyms. Sania Komoda, and they've been part of the team all week long through again just Val. Just want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all so much for this wonderful discussion. I know that we probably were not able to get to every single person, but appreciate all of the wonderful comments and thoughts that have been shared so far. We've been noting tonight what folks have shared and also throughout the event, and we'll follow up with more about how we can continue to support each other in this advocacy and in reaching the goals of all of these communities. Oh, I just see, sorry, that Rosania, who had wanted to speak before, has just joined. So I'll let Rosania have the final word of our discussion here to wrap it up. Rosania, if you can hear me, we'll have you give the last comment of the discussion. Please feel free to unmute yourself. Rosania, I'm not sure if you can hear us. If you're speaking, we can't hear. Oh, there you are. Wonderful. Please feel free to share your thoughts on the discussion here and we'll wrap up with you. Okay, Rosania, I'm so sorry. I think we're not able to hear your audio. And please feel free to share your thoughts in the chat as well if you'd like to share that way, since I don't think we can hear you. But with that, I think we're going to move on to the next piece of our event. So David, I will pass it back to you.
Once again, thank you very much to all of our participants throughout the discussion today as we aim to build together a resolution for our nuclear frontline communities, for the Marshallese communities, for the nuclear atomic veterans and the cleanup veterans, and all the civilians who worked on any nuclear, the downwinders, to all of our Japanese families and communities, the tribals, and any families who have been affected by the work of the nuclear issues, and justice is what we are striving for. Going forward in the program, we will hear now one of our final and not least speaker for this event. And we are very proud and humbled all the way again from the Marshall Islands. He's already partake because he's that passionate. And also served on the commission, a National Nuclear Commission for the Marshall Islands. Lutheran Gear, Ronjare, Melalevo, and Galeno Riding, and Mature Dada, Jambrukano, Ara, Kobato, Berjan Riding, and Jalaba, Kowai Grano, Magdalene Gear, you mentioned Island Guarilo Maya, Barmono, Periperan Giri, Joint Commissioner, National Nuclear Commissioner on Maya, and Podo Melabo, Rakaran Yini, Chen, Island Guarilo Maya. And if we may pay tribute and honor and respect to Commissioner Alson Galen, Kumodada for joining us all the way from Medlo, Maya.
Kumol David, Mogdada Igran Kamolul, all Rorar Pokonair, Ilo, Program again, Ilo Albin Wigin, Rorar coordinating from Mandro, or another Rorar Kajaraman, Kajujo Raromanta, Alvin Ruturo, Ilo Matar, Imrar Kobado, Parano, and Fugano Romatailo Rankin Manta. So today, I just want to acknowledge everybody that have taken part in this very important event this week. It's such an honor to be here to share our stories and to support each other and to find ways to move forward. From this week, I can see there's a little light at the end of the tunnel as we sit together and share our stories and find ways to mitigate the problems that we faced for the last 75 years. My name is Alson Kellen, and I am from Bikini Atoll. I was one of those kids who played on the white sand beach of Bikini in the 1970s. I went to Bikini when the Bikini were told that Bikini was safe to go back. And my folks and I were relocated back to out of the Bikini in 1978. And ever since then, I've been asking the same question that my folks ask themselves when they move from Bikini. When are we going back? And this is why I really am, passionate about this work. Igran kwalak ke eday nalajan kele joni anro narar ikuri yoni pen pigini le chimyo no yumawa. Dr. Yome Riam Ragarwa pigini marharmi rangrong rolangan pigini. Pamulia ramagutangan jet wilo chimyo no ralitu kanar parainot emagajen pigini. Idam parmeurin choyolar ingana enoda alibro mera ramagachina ilang choir. Emunina ilun iduguli meu ilo charabal again. So in 2017, the RMI government established the National Nuclear Commission, and we were established to develop a strategy and a work plan to move toward pursue justice. The polls today, it's a bit different from what we've gathered. Prioritize wise. We had a lot of listening session with the 4 atolls that were affected, and many other communities here in Niger, including all the mayors from every atolls in Niger. We're able to put together 5 pillars of the strategy that could help us move forward to address nuclear issues in the Marshalls. In the poll today, number 3 was compensation, but in the information gathering that we had during the listening session, is number 1 was compensation. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, that in 1988, the National Claim Tribunal was established to pay all the nuclear damages and health damages for the people of the Marshalls. Unfortunately, this the amount was given was not enough. So a lot of people, the 4 atoll, for example, their claim were adjudicated, and yet there were no payment. There was little payment for some of the atolls, but no payment for most. And a lot of people that were affected by the nuclear personal injuries like cancers and all the other nuclear related illnesses. Some had some other claim partially, and some did not had any at all. So earlier today we were also talking about this, our good friends, the veterans, and of course, we the good friends from Japan also mentioned compensation, but these compensation were adjudicated in the court, and none. And we're still trying to get them paid. And that's one of the pillars. That's one of our goals is to try to get all these unpaid, adjudicated damage and personal injuries paid. Today, this week is good sign as we share our stories, as we, share ideas. It's a good sign, toward that goal. But we still have a long way to go. Rotojin chongojim yono fiena and mayalar ejage rulune riba National Nuclear Commission and Charavalo arajage commission ngan lurur jage impukut kelen claim wan majalan Amerika garjab kalagi koim emyanagar kian kili ilo court agilo National Claim Tribunal. Emelang ailang ko rajab lo claim wire. Awara inot lang aram rome karchirgunot claim wire arilong anir. Para inot rome chalok ya chirgun claim wire arilong anir. Menagin rechetian menukon meruna uru bilo katabarinan strategy. Melang lugaw warkanono jen veterane ho me arkanono itinma warkanono be ilang kagian wo me rabar rebich on mango kuinilo katabarina ngane warino kallai warino ron lagano me agar warkanono jen jaban alben kanono gain luwi talabayar tibangkich ilo rujibangkich ilo arko way penton tugon megalan and share idea again bodo ring cara matar ramrong tibangkich ikijen Chubarabari compensation. The second pillar was the healthcare, and we talked about it earlier. And this was to make sure that every Marshallese have access to healthcare, especially healthcare that are related to cancer, nuclear issues. I just want to first thanks the the CAN and COFA that worked with the Medicaid team. And thanks to U.S. senators and congressmen who have came in today and showed their support and their hard work toward healthcare in the U.S. And I like to bold the word healthcare in the U.S. And that's when we're talking about nuclear-related issues or illnesses, we're talking about people here in the Marshalls. A lot of people here still facing the same thing that they faced before: cancers and other nuclear-related illnesses. But there is no healthcare that can help them here. As I mentioned earlier, we cannot all move to U.S. just to get cancer treatment. And also, we don't know if the cancer treatment is part of this Medicaid. And there are other places in the world, like, for example, French Polynesia, who the French did their testing. The French government built a nuclear facility there to help them. And everybody on those islands are taking advantage of that treatment facility. Maybe that's something that the RMI should look at. I mean, the U.S. could help what the RMI with. Lo pilurukin karo in kanono gabe, you chain healthcare, chakar kanono gabe mango. And you bar kanan page, Jujala Karwar Kanonogan, Sheila Sherry, Payanado, Arjan Rong Lagum, any other America. He can no longer now and you will never do any healthcare. Then nuclear healthcare, Junior and Menukome elevator, National Nuclear Commission, one Kalim Young and Yaga, Manarmiro, Armian Mayan. The Kamolol. CAN and COFA team, for I know the Penjarable wire, Jane Medicaid, Kamulo, Canadarum, Congressman, Rome, Elap Conair, man, healthcare, mitigating. Other Yelamajan, we were Sukulale, Aramuro, Yilo Majalam, Rino, Majan. But the Joja upon all Agalangan, American Chugu, and begin. Agilang army roman rapan pok rapan marong ba em nangan mi jugay ni lo major pero lo major em healthcare pa pa mo gen rabar pero lo major elang tigni lo lalin rar war kaman ka kamelem lo ye French Polynesia lo we Piano and France para no teraboli pen army lo French Polynesia kayuda joiner facility ngan lale nangan million can joran nangan million so ni lamana ulen ngan par kon mango ka ngam lale ngai amera ngai par barang cibang ga jaga wala tereng cicam lugun bar chala ala ngai can jore joni nangan million me merige ngai marang par cibang ngai the third pillar that we came up with is about our environment. Of course, earlier today we were also talking about the environment. We're talking about cleanup, and we're talking about the effect of climate change here in the Marshalls. And we should also talk about the effect, the direct and indirect effect of the nuclear costs to the people of the Marshalls. People that were relocated, and there's a lot of islands still out there that are not, nobody lives on. Bikini, we were relocated from Bikini. There's Rongalabis people live on Machato. So Machato is so small. We're talking about health, and this is one of the reasons. If we were to still live on Bikini or Rongalab with no radiation effect, would be able to grow our plants and utilize our traditional skills. People from the northern part of the Marshalls, where the nuclear testing took place, they were the greatest canoe builders and navigators in the Marshalls. Tradition that it's no longer there. You know, I could say people of Bikini, I'm probably the only Bikinian that can build canoes and, you know, still talk about traditional navigation. But people like anyone that gets the annual tickets that shares these stories, a lot of these are no longer there. And now we're facing the new climate change. So our goal is to support any research that can help us with necessary plan of action, you know, ideas for plan of action. You know, we thanks the veteran for what they've shared about the Runudo, and all of our friends who have shared their ideas around the table about nuclear issues. I think one thing that is really important is the national capacity. How much we know, what do we have in regards to our nuclear legacy? Our reports on studies that have done in the Marshalls all been done by DOE or, you know, AEC. And, you know, we need, in order to move forward and to address our nuclear legacy properly, we need to have the national capacity. We need to have data. We need to have scientists, as mentioned here. And that's something that we are working working hard to accomplish. You know, we have our what we call RAs, the research assistants. We're hoping that they will become one day scientists that will bring us the data that we need to move forward and to address all nuclear issues. Iganan ba rolo mo da kan environment na cholo purwi yap wagi yugudi wagi mina aga ilo environment ga elang ganagin lat chorwen ko merawal mana ilung ke ilung kwar imrar kaman ka kameli jabu gijen ilung ko agi jen bararam yuro mo awner ka kamang yudir ay kono gan ngan wan chong ka aram yun rong la jadi meja tu we juan ilung me dundir Recen marungun company meno ko merar marung company lo rong la bilo tore ko repair kadu pena kanako kajar bal kabelo wire para ino daram jin tugni bala karam mag ten tugni ramag ngan kele meji ro jugun ko me rel guni ngan air company jabal ko mer rel gun awr ngan air marung pok eji meur wan meur gan mga kanay mer rel gitu yang na jey pok nangan mijin tanggal mena kan imela jalak karbirio jabo nan min redi jalak do jabo nan mi kan mena kan nawr mani to war em der jabo elang yan aram yirin chen yiriage reba aram mijinang kar aram yiro merar chala da jigi kar cara ilon na do kan dar kaya bal mantin cara ilo jige ki kamolol elang rome red bokonair ilo uigin boje jalage yung ilo trane jalage gane ilang melalo mi rolleng tak manci bang ke lulur jaga katabar genar ngan atreji corwen gin rarwal dedaran rane ilang kado porgal rembiar kalo para ino kado ko marakam man rarwalongan runu tomo jawajat yang matan kata bargogen bajen chapode chabro charbal wome rane kamman nganair pogodo melolo wome che wuyi nganar kon manlo lo charabalin da gilo chorro en gin merar chile fich garbor kono no gan chun meneo piloro churu ken kaimen a national capacity chun meno me ilwong bana urut kayang iloge Nichal gareng tita min wudin chi nganer chi bangit ilar wan malum kamani kanono wan merraur ilgunaur no tilo wigin ilgunaur becu kor ko pai pentonum siri idea be tuot mejalan cara walgain mergunaur perut ranu kaman jen marungan yang arti apa pun di kamono kemono na wet yala gelang rujuguro remier jino pokonair or John program on resources tani me nuclear commission ay kamane mti yala re mang ko dang ar churung rain de ba rain reperi lo program wen der ido gondem kamani do ka lulur jagi charbal lagi nar ti da gi na min gi mer tena jai buji. And the last but not least in the pillar is education awareness. That's something that we're very proud of. It's when we did the listening session here in Nigeria, we were very surprised that a lot of Marshallese don't really understand about their nuclear legacy. And we saw that it's very important for us to educate ourselves and educate our communities before we go out and educate others and get help. So we've hired RAs, we've hired young future leaders into our program to do education awareness. We're part of the, we made curriculums in our education system. So nuclear issues now and climate change are in our curriculum. And we're also working with high school students, high schools and colleges, and promote clubs that they could be part of and be involved and learn as they get the participate. And of course, today, again, I go back to this week. Most of the young people that help coordinate the event are also part of our nuclear commission's education program. So we're very proud of that, and we thanks everyone that helped coordinate the week and share the story. We call it sit on this mat of sharing as we share our stories. Komol Dada, and if there's any questions, I'll be ready to answer.
Commissioner Kellen, on behalf of all of us and those online and from us here in Spokane, and those on Facebook that are watching live, we thank you, Commissioner Kellen, for again sharing the current strategic plan of our National Nuclear Commission for the Marshall Islands. Charbalago Yomen Checho Yagia and Roda Yucho Shidim Yona, Madan and Pete, Nejano Katabarago, Agunin Katabarago, and Chorbo Laminova Camino Legi, and Giludan Lola in Visionary Melody. Mutalayam Paranot Rajan in Tibil and Kamolal Chari Rain Matan Kamidi Chirigin and the Wigo Chamok. Amolio Pachonalan, Nam Kiyan Mijana, the Sunday Abujudin, and I'm Marakoba of the River. online. Thank you again for spending your Sunday with us. Again, Mr. Kevin, um, in honor of, again, the request of all who partake and wanted to participate this week. I understand we are already past our time allocated for this afternoon. Nevertheless, because of the great support and the energy that is created from, not from the nuclear, but really from you and me, those of us that have been working together all week long and partake in this. We stand together. Kan nilalago Roman lang wigo man alban rain nara kanan po po na miro di yalan kau gay ron kuleron jibian kajorinan lukulero acan kajorinan haram jero racha ulpendron nan juga mall imuagin corai moran dok cigir jadi ja par kado lawan cigir ilar mel por nilalago yang naro jen merowan kalipigin hajit Marbar Poko Chuanan Melala Train and Kedmolo, Parliament Tadrin Melalagi. We have two more participants to wrap up this week-long event. So once again, thank you for your patience. You don't want to miss the final presentation from one of our youth, as many of our speakers have alluded to. We are building our future now with our youth. And so at the end of the program, we'll hear from one of our own, Selena Lem, who's gonna bring a closing remark. But before we do that, again, a last testimony in the stories of our Marshall Islands and a remark from Honorable Mayor of Kalipigini Egypt, Anderson Jibas. Imlo Toreni here, Tenich Leo Yenin, and Mayor, Imrukononoan, a Chuan lawyer, then Ruby Johan, local government and Kalipigini Egypt. We'll pass it to, again, His Honorable Mayor Jibas, remark.
Greetings. By way of introduction, I am Gordon Benjamin, the attorney for the Kili Bikini Ejit local government representing the people of Bikini. Mayor Anderson Jibas had prepared some remarks that were published in the March 5, 2021 edition of the Marshall Islands Journal, the weekly newspaper in the Marshall Islands. And because of rainy weather in the Pacific causing technology constraints, the mayor has asked me to share his remarks on video, as I am in Maryland, close to Washington, D.C., and with access to good internet connections. I will be reading his remarks the way the mayor wrote them, so thank you for indulging me this privilege to present Mayor Anderson Jibas's remarks honoring all Bikinians, remembering March 7th, 1946, the day the Bikinians lost their land. And here are Mayor Anderson Jibas's remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who do not know me, my name is Anderson Jibas, Mayor for the people of Bikini. Thank you for this opportunity to respect the survivors of the United States nuclear testing in the Marshall Islands and commemorate the 75th anniversary of the evacuation and permanent exile of the people of Bikini from their homeland. On March 1st every year, we respect the memory of the people who endured the Castle Bravo nuclear blast on Bikini Atoll, which not only evaporated an island and destroyed the beauty and purity of Bikini Atoll, but also forever affected the people living on Rongerik, Utherik, Likiep, Wotje, and other islands at the time of the blast. Rongelappi saw the brightness in the sky that early morning of March 1st, 1954, and caught and played with the nuclear radiated flakes landing on them and their islands. Recently, we found out that the U.S. brought radiated soil from Nevada and dumped it at Eniwetok on Runit Island and in the lagoon, which is now leaking radiation. As kids today say, what's up with that? On March 7th, 1946, 75 years ago, all the Bikinians were moved temporarily, quote unquote, from Bikini. First to Rongerik, which is near Rongelap Atoll. There they faced starvation because of poisonous fish and harsh conditions. Through the efforts of a kind-hearted person, they were moved from Rongerik to Kwajalein for a few months and then to Kili Island, almost 400 miles to the south, near Jalawit Atoll. We are still, quote, temporarily, unquote, on Kili Island, waiting for the U.S. to clean up their radioactive mess on Bikini. Today, 4 workers live on Bikini Atoll, no one else. Of those 167 people who left Bikini that day, only 11 are still alive. Just over a week ago, Bubu Tomai, who the U.S. removed from Bikini in 1946, when she was 9 years old, just passed away. She would have been 84 years old on March 9th. She longed to be back on Bikini, but sadly, her wish did not come true. After leaving Bikini, Rongerik, and Kwajalein, Bubu Tomai grew up on Kili Island, which is tiny compared to Bikini Atoll. Kili Island is less than 1/2 square miles in area. Bikini Atoll is 228 square miles. Many people have moved away from Kili Island due to lack of space. In this era of climate change, king tides routinely come over most of the island of Kili every single year. There is no lagoon, and ships have a hard time loading and unloading in the ocean. A Marshallese person's identity is tied to their land and land rights, and when access to their land is denied, there is a loss of identity. 75 years later, after the U.S. tricked the people of Bikini to give up their land, quote, temporarily, unquote, we are still not able to go back and live on Bikini. It is a grave human tragedy. After 23 nuclear bombs had rendered Bikini Atoll uninhabitable, the U.S. should have moved the Bikinians to the United States, housed them, and trained them to survive there. Thinking outside the box, and pending concurrence with the Marshall Islands national government, Bikini thinks that the U.S. can still help the Bikinians 75 years later by bestowing non-citizen national status for the Bikinians and other nuclear-affected communities, just as the people of American Samoa enjoy. There are just a few thousand Bikinians, and there are over 300 million U.S. residents. Can we think outside the box here? And the U.S. can clean up Bikini Atoll. America spent $142 million every single day in the war in Afghanistan in 2018. Just 3 days of that budget would clean up Bikini and make right what is wrong, and would bring recognition to the huge contribution Bikini has made to the U.S. defense capabilities. Can we get some justice here? My council and I are leading this fight for justice, just as Martin Luther King Jr. did for his people in the United States, just as Mahatma Gandhi did for his people in India, and just as Nelson Mandela did for his people in South Africa. In order for the first compact to be signed by the U.S., the Marshall Islands had to get rid of all the court claims against the United States regarding the nuclear testing. In a grossly unfair deal, this was agreed to. When I say that the U.S. tricked the Bikinians into moving from Bikini, I mean they really were tricked. There were no lawyers representing Bikini when the U.S. came and asked Bikinians to move in 1946. No one told the Bikinians that there would be 23 nuclear bombs exploded on their islands. For the past 20 years, the current Changed Circumstances petition in Washington, D.C. has been tossed around like a beach ball between Congress, the administration, and the courts. The Marshall Islands founding father, President Amata Kabua, once said in a 60 Minutes TV interview that in the Marshallese culture, if our big brother slaps us in the face, what are we going to do? We cannot slap back. I guess the saying that, quote, he who has the big stick wins, unquote, is true. Well, Bikini admits that we don't have a big stick to defend ourselves. We just ask and fight for justice. If we can't do it alone, then we will seek others who will fight with us to achieve justice. We must do this. We must do this now for our people. The U.S. Embassy here in Majuro has been our friend and assisted us in many ways, and we appreciate that. Even in Washington, we have many friends at the Department of the Interior and in the House of Representatives. However, we do have detractors in Washington, and yes, even here in the Marshall Islands, there are those trying to stop the Bikinian efforts and hinder the Bikinians, but we will press on, encouraged by the words of Mahatma Gandhi. He said, first they ignore you, then they ridicule you, then they fight you, and then you win. The Council and I led the successful effort to get control of the Bikinian Resettlement Trust Fund in order to recognize that the grossly unfunded, quote, resettlement, unquote, would never become a reality unless the people of Bikini raise additional funds. To that end, we have implemented revenue-raising projects and projects meant to ease the hardships of the people living in exile. Bikini now owns 2 ships taking food and cargo to Kili and chartering the ships to other atolls. Bikini owns a Dash 8 aircraft which, with the cooperation of the national government, will begin operating in the Marshall Islands as soon as the COVID-19 epidemic is over and tourism is revived on Bikini Atoll. Bikini owns an apartment complex in Majuro, bringing income to the local government. Bikini is starting its own construction company in Majuro and in the Marshall Islands in order to keep construction costs contained, as well as bidding for other projects as a revenue source. Bikini owns 283 acres in Hawaii, which will bring in profit from home sales in the range of $10 million to $50 million over the next few years, as well as providing an option for Bikinians to move should the sea levels rise to the extent living on Kili or Bikini is not an option. My council is an active council, doing projects, not just talking about them. But even with all these projects, Bikini needs help in cleaning up Bikini Atoll. Bikini has friends around the world willing to help Bikini. Some are non-US allies knocking on Bikini's door, saying they can clean up Bikini and establish hotels and bring investment to Bikini. We have to weigh all our options as we move ahead in our fight for justice. And what are we fighting for? The right to go home to a clean island. And so what's wrong with that? It's been 75 years that Bikinians have been exiled. But as Winston Churchill encouraged his country as the situation looked bleak for them, quote, never give in, never, 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 in nothing great or small, large or petty. Never give in except to convictions of honor and good sense, unquote. In 1946, after leaving Bikini Atoll, the heaviness and sorrow of losing a part of the writer's identity forever, a 33-year-old Bikinian wrote what has become the Bikinian anthem. It's a beautiful, soulful, from-the-heart song that we Bikinians hold close to our hearts. Here are the words. No longer can I stay, it's true. No longer can I live in peace and harmony. No longer can I rest on my sleeping mat and pillow because of my island and the life I once knew there. The thought is overwhelming, rendering me helpless and in great despair. My spirit leaves, drifting around and far away, where it becomes caught in a current of immense power, and only then do I find tranquility. It's been many, many long years that the Bikinians have been singing that song. Bikinians just want to go home. They dream for the day they can lie down on their sleeping mat and pillow on the beach in Bikini, on a cool night with a glorious sunset over Bikini Lagoon. And as they drift off to sleep, they can utter the words, Emmanwat, Emmanwat ilo aw. It is well with my soul. It is well. It is well with my soul. Men otum jezrejilo bien anij, moriba, kom kanujine moltata. Those were the remarks by Mayor Anderson Jibas. Thank you.
Ilo taro chumor perjuangan lalagar kamulol sukunono jen milotan ubijawan Mayor Honorable Anderson Jibat and Council Member Roy malbar kamulol rukunono ay ardo jen New York MH matan matan melalabo ardo jen ubijo uday and kalibigini aji perjuangan lotan chumor rain lo wigin merar ke doje rain dar ko badok kamulol Meroan kalibigini aji Councilor Marmijroan Island Jalalagorom. On behalf of all of our, again, viewers and those who coordinated this program for this week, we'd like to extend our appreciation and thank you very much for the remarks by this Honorable Mayor Anderson Jibas through their lawyer based out of New York, and all the people of Bikini. Again, we stand in solidarity and prayer for the nuclear justice. Again, we are not alone. I will now pass it to our last performance for today. And as she's getting ready, I'll go ahead and bring together our heartfelt, warm greetings and Komol Dada to all of you. Komol Dada again says thank you very much. And Yahweh, which means love. And we use that as our greeting. We send Yahweh to all of you for joining us all week long. To all of our sponsors and supporters today, we thank you. Many of you who joined individually or organizationally, please send love to each other by doing thumbs up or hearts as we close out this event. We will hear a powerful performance from one of our featured leaders, if you may, advocate for climate change and nuclear justice, all the way from Spokane. If we may join together to welcome Selena Lam. Ngay jamarong chojum lalak yenin via ngan Selena emenet podok performance are elikada ilo yalan poem. Join melale kar kebo jangan kejo yale pilo terrain. Ngan kejamalok imlimdok alaben koila korala berarpa bilo wigo jamalok kia. Yo daro chumor percuanalen klaim kamolol alaben rolu lugo alaben remaja rain ilo spokai numrar tokonair chona ro wawen an kamane ko entabarak yen ko ilagar lanchon wi aito em jam naran tabar do yini alginot net performance jenet kurdo Reverend Chemerowit Talanja David ngana net kili ni gancha. At the moment, again, we'll pass it to Selena Lam, and after that, we'll ask the pastor to close it out with a prayer for this evening. Selena, please take it away.
Hello, good morning, David. Just a moment, I'm just going to briefly explain my poem in Marshallese as it is written in English. Yamayale talaga Jelena Lam. I joined Jeroen Namaru, Edonem Ironwood, and then Joey Raul. Poeme nati Kiroro Kakay, Ikananagan Gar, Alabin Nanin Pepenato, Rutoro, Rutoro, Iron. Proyek kami juga nih wajah dengar coren ke kami video, dengar kira kata do cemat rago mata banyak orang ada mata ini jadi, ini juga pelle, yang cicona naga cabut kenalan madal di kejar barengan dong, kehajurat, nah ini cara koko atau bentrokan. Hello everybody, my name is Selena Lam. I am from the Marshall Islands. My clan is Road, and my poem, it was written inspired hugely from all that our elders and all the other communities, the nuclear frontline communities, that all their stories they shared from Monday till today and Saturday. And it's all in English except for some proverbs and Marshallese to really amplify and capture the image that of all the messages and stories that we've shared so far. And I apologize beforehand as I will be reading from my phone. I just finished it this morning, so I haven't really memorized it. Come on. Selena, as the mother of the nation, I must give respect. Bubu Irene whispers to me. Memories left undone, skeletal bones of our homes left untorched, eroding, paying homage to our half-moon, bleeding generations of cancer and illnesses. In the pool of the tides, a dance of tug of war with the moon, nature's raw response at the womb of my aunt, and many more empty vessels before and after her gave birth to defects. Little cousins I could not help but fear. Where, oh sweetly, where did your year go? Can you hear me? Why, my precious, is an old man's face on my little cousins? Your face should not be creased with the weight of the world already. Few days later, why, my heart, are you so silent? Auntie, Mama, why do they lie in that box alone? Blanketed in the snow of eternal strife, kitty children run. Elders hearted work, white angels they became, punished by greed of the world for the good of mankind. Fallen angels they become, their stories no longer powerful chants. Rural of my grandparents, they become timid scribbles, strokes, weaving letters. Black and white films they are forever entrapped in. 1997, Alcarmen Lunak was born. She will read her people's prose in glossy papers in the eyes of her elders whose wisdom pronounced. In their humble shoulders emoting respect. In their humble shoulders she finally saw perseverance. She calls her people forth. The ancient chant, timid strokes, black and white films, they shall rewrite history. Open the vessel's long clock with the highways, they will turn the tide. We will turn the tide. Boo-boo, as the daughter of the nation, yet although I give my respect, I go down on my knees, my head bowed. I am sorry. For I will rise. For you I will fight. For you, for you, for you, I will fight. Good morning. Thank you.
Saudara Selina, pokok ciri yang nganar kalau mau jadi pendro dengan nololo roman kap cuan wawane me watake muir kejoj dan wawane nagar pokok nanu go me limitok aurgen najato to nanu wi go chamalo kia yomen kia chimjong lalamia to kailik changach karijin manaren katabar mala molal Selina perchonalen ainet lotrain kile problema chemeroch nei merong kajito kipen komodo komrong loj maigi reference lancha ko ento jangan podok chamalogen koilagin arlan wigo chun wigadok ini paranot kajaraman kajo jilan chibel lo jendron am paranot rom ranech pagmatan kabiji arto jagajan yudre nejit chodinin kamolinir ini jon malagrum nech kajamalo yenin lar rujo pre dipendron To all of our audience online, on Zoom, on Facebook, once again, just taking a minute to process what we just heard. A powerful statement of performance from Selena Komodada. Again, it's a true summary to the emotions and the feelings and the strength and the energy, the synergy that was built throughout the week. We can say Komodada, Selena. And to all, again, all of you who partake and also patiently waited all week long and follow this event, we thank you. We certainly will be following up with you. We're going to call upon our pastor from Enuetak, Wijilang, and he's a senior pastor for the Spokane Marshallese United Church of Christ, Pastor Dalanjat David, to close this event, this long week event, with a benediction and also any activities going forward post-event, so that we can continue to stay together and work together for nuclear justice for all of our families and communities. Thank you very much for joining us. Pass it to Pastor Talanja David.
Memorial David, Anito. Modaw janari naman mon mangan kiri ni naru tinang jam. Karan pugudi naman kamulu laru jani. Kencuan ieneo aito chen mandrio tongan chodi. En program ini di program o mera mera orang. Jadi pun kalau macam tu, yang ni budi itu yang itu orang kalau bagi itu sung, jangan jangan cedo, jangan awal remaja. Itu ani celok cabariot, celok arbiro orang, bagi remaja lagi, lagi ramai perawat di orang itu, cenderung orang kerja berido dengan kuala, kuala umur kuala. Imuripin berada, ilo ayam kuat. Ilo mana kecun wayang yang anu cincin cincin macam kowai pendro. Kowai pendro ni orang kajur. Orang kajur kan wan malam, kan kapan gue cuci wani kata pergi, andri meret telich, ilo doa berain kau alat kata ilo masalah. Peren tabrak, kebenaran tabrak kecungan rumi, si jadi rumi jadi, menelagi agenai dengan awal rumahnya. Yang kamu dulu ganit, chodin rai. Program ini hari Cino, Mandrio, kerja malam chodin. Itu pun mau yang kan hari yang roh dengan teh. Ambil kuala ke, ya tabrak. Kuilau, orang terus kayak ini, orang wayang gua biar naik pokcir, dan awal bikin maya. Tak ada ilo cepat, tak ada ilo spoken, yang kamu lo nani, kamu lo romera kadir cuma dari naro. Kapan pun work. Tabarang kui kitchen takat. Ada jalan yang ada pin. Ada jalan takat jalan yang jalan insurance. Mereka ni kapan pun jadi malam perin takat ni orang insurance. Kamu lagi, kamu room tinggi. Kadir perin tabarang insurance kainan rumah. Ilo dalangin amalan. Let us pray. Change here, kamu dengan ilo choni. Hena orang kuila wehujan, cuma choni. Kamu dengan kentri merah kalir choni dan naro. Kamu bui hena kata berlagi kitchen, cara berlagi merah kamu ilo dan rumah. Dengan lagi nama merah ragam. chọn cái nào kia mình ngành cho mình cho mình và chua này đi chợ cái chỉ được tạm rồi bayang Allah ke jalan menrumaya premier peri joran ni na wa un mora aku iru nyari kwa ila ni utim ke jalan ke paman boy menu tim ju ki chen wa un ge meri wa ji ri me ke ni be ben jalan ro are jula tangan karbiti e para cher ka ji ke pa guru ji ro cha ni we jalan menu tim Janrano Mandri Tongan Chodri Melodi Jala Pujir War Pero di Panditeri dan Kamar Meri Chala Chabari Wali Bora Kamira program Cul program Awal Ibarat Jalan Kecil di Bang Berpandang Menyuti Hari Gereja JRT Ilo Spoken Ilo Ayat Marun Kadir Chon Oleh Marun teman kakayuko Android perwet dan kaya mga programa anjani kajiri kita berwet bagi orang di negara kini dan orang dengan cerita ini orang kaya mana orang yang turun isu yang budi naik uyu jawa ya orang tiba pun dari dan kaya mga amne celah dan cerita ini orang ini acara kajiri ilo dalam sih umur amen.
Amen. Kumol Dada, Pastor Talanja, and once again, Kumol Dada, everyone. We're going to play some music from here, and we have plenty of food. I wish you all were here. No doubt, when we have a chance, we'll get together again and do this all over again. This was such a very, very blessing to all of us. Any last remark from any of you online before we kick us off? It's hard to let us go now after this wonderful week. Thank you.
I just wanted to say I'm honored and I thank you all for this eternal blessing that we can share for everybody. So thank you again for having me.
Okay, music, kick us off. Yahweh, everyone. Thank you. Like you don't break down.